All right, check the mic, check the mic. Mic working. Sounds like I'm live. Sounds like I'm live. Cool. Got it going. Welcome back, Sheree. Great to see you. Hope everything's good on your end of the world. What is up, Brogue? How are you, brother? Yeah, it is a sad day. Yeah. 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 Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. You know, I'm all excited because we finally get we finally get the update for Valheim, and yeah, unfortunately, yeah, sad, pissed, troubled, sad day, all of it. It's yeah, it's a whole lot of not good, whole lot of not good. Yeah, David sent me the video of the actual moment it happened, and shout out to David for that one. It's posted in the Discord. I definitely, gonna tell everybody. Hopefully, you didn't eat before you watch it, because it is brutal. Um, it's just out of nowhere too. Oh shit! You refuse to watch the video. Um, I can't blame you. Um, I'll describe exactly like it was over, dude. Like there was no saving him. So the whole thing is when you get hit by a bullet, it's it's not like well, when you get hit by a bullet like that, it is not at all like you see on movies where all of a sudden it's like a pool of red and stuff like this. It might be if you just get grazed because it's breaking through like the opening layer of your flesh. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. It would send you into beyond. You need Jesus, David. You're not wrong. It is better unseen. The thing is, what you have when you get hit severely, like he got hit, you have what's known as arterial bleed, right? Your blood is it comes out thicker. That's the best way of describing it. Comes out like bright red, not a light red. And from the angle he was hit and everything else, it was crazy because I know somebody who is a medical professional, and they said, yeah, that they watched it before I did. They saw the video before I did, and they told me flat out, yeah, that hit is carotid. There's no saving him. And then, sure enough, that's exactly what happened. There was no saving him. The hell is this? Skull splitter, pulsating earrings. Hold on, iron brooch, brimstone. So these are all the new trinkets: nimble anklet, resounding shackle, archery target. Um, but yeah, I can also tell you from the angle it went in, it probably hit his spine too. So if there's anything to it, I don't think there wasn't much suffering. It was probably more shock, like, oh my God, I've been hit by something, and then it was kind of over. That's the only comfort I could actually offer to people at this point. Um, This shit never happened with Steven Crowder, who used to do those all the time to change my minds on college campuses. Never happened with Ben Shapiro, and it's just shocking that it happened to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, it was, like I said, when he gets hit, the immediate. I'm trying to describe it without being too fucking graphic. Um, the immediate feeling you get is, oh my god, his neck, like it caught him in the neck, but it caught him right on the carotid artery. Like the thickness of the blood that came out of him was like, oh shit, like that artery is severed. It's over. This is good game. This is if even in a video game it would have been like instantaneous. Like yeah, there's no coming back from it. It just had to hit one. What's up, SE? How are you, brother? Great to see you. Thank you for the shout out yesterday too on your stream. You didn't have to do that, and I appreciate the hell out of you for it. It was a fun stream. But yeah, like the angle, everything else. Now, it's been reported it was 180 yards away to 200 yards away, and from a rooftop. They still haven't, as far as I know, unless somebody comes in here and tells me something different. They haven't caught the guy who did it yet, which is odd. Like, wait a minute, but somebody does have a video of dude moving on the roof. Um, like I said, tagged him in the neck, which is bad enough, right? Like brutal enough. Dog, calm down with your crazy ass. Um, it's hard to watch. Like it's just seriously hard to watch it. But just watching it, whoever did it was definitely practiced and knew where they're aiming. Everything else, and this part is not a conspiracy theory either. I saw somebody had pointed out that there was a Twitter post that today was going to be a big day and Charlie Kirk needed to be stopped, and it was by a guy named Omar. Um, I don't know if that's going to play a part in it. Like there's just so much I don't know. I am a little shocked that the FBI isn't all over it already. Like we've heard nothing, absolutely nothing. So I didn't even see a false reported guy. They do have a guy in custody though. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Oh shit! Here come Omar. Here come Omar. Right? No, no, no. But no, it's I can't even remember. There was some account, like some conservative account, had reposted this guy's tweet, and he was just like he was talking about Charlie Kirk needed to be stopped, and tomorrow's going to be a big day. And then had like the meme of the dog smiling. So I don't know what the deal is with that. It is to me it's odd. So the Trump shooter, for example, what was his name? I can't even remember his goddamn name right now. But Crooks or whatever, I think it was. We know nothing about him. The guy who just potshotted Charlie Kirk, no manifesto found, no anything. Now, granted, it could just be some kook, or maybe like Mister said, there's something deeper here. You know, maybe this could be some MK Ultra type shit. What's up, Bob? How are you? Yeah, and it has a serious potential to set off a chain of events. Rogue, I 1,000% agree with that opinion, and I'm actually I don't want to think like this, but it's like when they took a shot at Trump, right? This is what it reminds me of. It reminds me a lot of when they took a shot at Trump. Now, granted, dude missed his mark when it came to Trump, right? He nicked his ear. But what kind of firestorm would have been set off? And it's the same thing with this. What kind of firestorm gets set off now? Like, at this point, what if it turns into, and I'm not saying it's going to, but let's say it turns into, you know what? The hell with it. We're tired of you because we're on the conservative right or whatever. We're tired of you pot shotting at us and shooting at us and all. You know what? How about we start shooting back? That's what scares me. Because next thing you know, like all of a sudden JB Pritzker or Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, right? Nobody gives a shit about Joe Biden anymore, but at one point in time it would have been Joe Biden. Like all of a sudden you get right side nuts that are doing the same thing that have just had enough and they start shooting back. And they're in a lot of cases more skilled, more knowledgeable, um, more accurate with their shot. So I mean, granted, you can't get more accurate than what just hit Charlie Kirk, if I'm being honest. But what are we talking about here? That's goes to civil war at that point, right? Everybody on the right side of the aisle is like ever since January 6th happened has been kind of holding back. Like people are getting pissed, but they're like, you know what? Stay the course. This ain't the way. Um, I'm still going to call for no violence. That's me. No violence. I don't want to see violence. I don't want violence. All that stuff. But I can see this setting off a chain of event in which people have had enough. And that potential's there. You have the fucking news. I didn't want to deal with the news. Every time I'm out, or I think I'm out, they keep pulling me back. Like, I didn't want to fucking talk about news. And yet, all the shit that is going on, it's all like the news is just. Not only is it just all overwhelmingly negative and some dark shit, but it's like I'm watching potentials for all kinds of different little powder kegs to go off all at the same time. And then on top of it, you get the bullshit of we're not going to, the Epstein stuff, right? Things like this, where it's like, okay, now you're feeding into conspiracy theorists that really go nuts. And it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Where are these new trinkets? I'm going to make some of the new trinkets. See what the hell they are. Let's see. Bronze Ripper. We don't have shit in here listed. Wait, no, here we go. Okay, so I need a Locks trophy for this one. Increased mace damage and quick health burst regeneration. Increased health regeneration. What is that? Grey Dwarf Shaman Brain. Leech trophy. Nimble Anklet. Circling trophy. Huh. Well, let's go over and grab some. We can go right to Circling Cores. I mean, actually, that might be SC1. Let's see what you guys are saying. Typical Wednesday, confused and aroused. And what could entail from this definitely has me more than a bit shaken today. I'm sticking in the house as much as I can to help these days. I mean, that's been me too. The other thing is you can't let fear rule your life. Um, you just can't. You can't be afraid. Just be prepared. That's all. Also, anger is not the way. Like you can be angry at things and events and stuff, but don't let it dominate you either. It'll destroy your life and dominate it. And laughing. So that's just it. If this was the other way around, let's say that was Gavin Newsom got shot like that, I still wouldn't be cheering for it. I'd still be denouncing it the same way I'm denouncing this. Um, you know, the only people that I have no sympathy for and hope they get taken out, so to speak, are pedos. That's it. And when it comes to just political disagreement, everybody's entitled to their opinion on politics or what have you. This tells me that they don't have an argument. They couldn't beat Charlie Kirk in an argument, so therefore, what do you resort to? Well, you resort to violence. And people that are laughing about it, here's the thing. That was somebody's son, somebody's father, somebody's husband. Like, you think that's cool? What happens if it's one of your family members? Or maybe you're an incel that you live with your parents, okay? Like, you got no significant others. You're just typical basement dweller for the most part. Still, you wouldn't want one of your parents getting taken out like that. So those people need to either find some empathy or whatever. But to be honest with you, they like you reap what you sow in certain cases, and they have to be careful because you are playing a dangerous game at that point. It's going to come down to like somebody sees that post or whatever, say they get pissed off. That's what it's going to take is a right wing nut seeing that post and then going and like finding that person in the real world and unfortunately committing a violent act against them. I don't think that's right, but I can see it happening. Yeah, yeah. His daughter was apparently right there when it happened too. That's got to be that can't even feel like real life. Like the whole thing, the whole situation's horrific. God damn, Rogue, you are having a bad week. I'm sorry to hear about your friend, man. I've known a couple people that have done exactly that, and it never makes any sense. It never makes a lick of sense when it happens. Like, and I've said this before myself. I've definitely gotten depressed. I've definitely like gotten way close to it at one point in my life. Holy shit! And looking back on it, I was like, really? I was going to do this over that? Like, I was going to take a permanent solution to something that I could have resolved. Like, real easily resolved. And I ended up resolving it. And it wasn't even like the lowest fucking point in my life. That's the craziest part. But I never went down that route again. Um, Yeah, and good on you, David. Like that's the whole thing. Um, like I hear you. Well, I mean, some people are soft. Like they think they know better than everybody else and haven't even lived life yet. Like when I was 17, when I was like in my 20s, I was too focused on work and everything else and paid no attention really to politics and what was going on. I didn't really give a shit, if I'm being quite honest. I just never really cared. Like, it did not mean anything to me. Like, that shit just, it didn't matter to me. Um, I didn't get into politics till I was much older and started paying attention basically because I had to pay attention. They're taking so much out of my ass in taxes that after a while you have to pay attention. You have to pay attention to everything going on. And then being an old ass man, it's kind of one of the more interesting things going on is politics and policy and everything. Rebel without a reason. I need to give you a special shout out tonight, sir. Um, Hey, what's up, Stranded? Good to see you. Sheree, I'm so shocked you're in my stream. Isn't there another Wednesday night stream that you were supposed to be in, or you're just are you working both streams? Poor Sheree. Everybody give Sheree her flowers and a big old shout out. I'm happy to have her back, and she is the greatest and hardest working mods on these interwebs. No, there's no ABL tonight. Why is there no ABL tonight? Is he afraid they're going to shoot him? He's not that important. I don't think I've met anybody who's like, hey, you know what? We need to take aim at ABL. Yep, and David's right. Even Tim Pool cried. I actually, his video came up in my feed, and I watched part of his video, and he actually cried. Like, he started tearing up when he was talking about it. He was like, I'm not going to say we were, homies or whatever. We were friends, but, I didn't hang out with him and know him better than anybody else. But, I mean, the realization for Tim Pool has to be that shit could happen to me. Um, yeah, losing Charlie Kirk. I mean, like I said, Ben Shapiro did the first. He was first to the party, honestly. If we're all going to be honest about it, Tim or not Tim Pool. What's that dipshit's name? Ben Shapiro. He was brilliant when it came to like that kind of content. Like he honestly he originated it, and then what's his nuts came out. Like Steven Crowder did the Change My Mind, that accelerated it, which was fantastic. And now you've got, yeah, well, you had Charlie Kirk, rest in peace, who kind of perfected it. Like he was kind of a monster when it came to it. And it's a horrific loss. I don't know, Mister. I'm winging it right now. I Rebel's here, so if something breaks on Twitter or anything like that, Rebel's going to tell me what's up, and this is where I have to give the shout out to Rebel, a special shout out to Rebel. Rebel without a reason. Like every time I ask, "What's the news?" I'm going to have to check from now on whenever Rebel says, "Oh, this happened" or "that happened." Like really, like just pause what I'm doing and go look it up online because I'm going to say a little over a week ago, he's like, yeah, a black dude on a subway stabbed a white woman. And I was just like, okay, well, crime happens all the time. That was my take as soon as he told me. I'm like, yeah, that kind of shit happens all the time, right? Yeah. That shit has been the biggest news story up until Charlie Kirk happening. And it's like, well, why was it the biggest news story? because of like I watched the video and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like Rebel has Rebel's good at nailing it out, but he like understates it sometimes. Like I mean, he just summed it up for me like, oh yeah, chick got stabbed. Oh okay, and I'm thinking to myself like, hey, what's the big deal with it? Watching that video, I was like, Jesus Christ, no wonder this is a news story. What's up, Eugene? See that my problem is how do they not know who did it? Yeah, Rebel, you are like by far and away amazing. Like shout out to Steve. Steve would do the same thing with me. Like he would keep me up to date minute to minute while I'm in a live stream because I'm not watching news on the side. I can't. It's rough when I'm doing a game stream even to just like keep up with chat a lot of times because I'm watching what's happening on screen and got to move the character and build shit or kill stuff or whatever. And so yeah, you had shouted that out, and I just kind of like it wasn't that I dismissed it. I was just like, okay, well, crimes like this shit happen all the time. But seeing what that crime was, I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, see, that's the problem. How's this better? Thank you, Stranded. Yeah, the media doesn't. No, they cover it, dude. They cover everything that you tell me. They cover it like a week later or like 3 days later, Rebel. Yeah, thank you, Stranded. I appreciate the hell out of that. Um, Mr. Like I said, I had talked to somebody who is a medical professional immediately after somebody I implicitly trust when it comes to shit like that. Actually, to tell you the truth, they specialized in trauma for gunshot wounds, and they told me right off the rip, they're like, "Yeah, he got shot, and it hit his carotid. It's clear it hit his carotid because of the arterial blood that comes out, and they're not going to be able to save him. Like there is no chance of saving him." And I said that, and then like 2 minutes later, the Trump thing came in that Charlie Kirk had passed away. But yeah, and shout out to that medical professional, like actual legit with the degree and all that. Not like I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV kind of shit. An actual medical professional, and they were just like, yeah, if you watch the video of it, it's over. It's over and it's bad. It's fucking horrific. Can I get another one of these in here? Smelter. Yeah, see, SE would know too. Shout out to SE. I forgot you're a nurse as well. Yep, and that's. I don't have a roommate. I got a wife, Mister. So no, you can't sue X for that. Um, but I'm shocked because like if you had posted that shit on YouTube, YouTube would have would have checked it and probably ripped down somebody's entire channel for showing it. I appreciate that, Mister. Yeah, I honestly, Mister, I really, really fucking appreciate that. By the way, um, oh yeah, the oh man. So I didn't hear that about the judge not being a lawyer, but yeah, the guy was arrested 14 times. Schizophrenic or psychopathic, not sure which is the proper term. I think it is schizophrenic. And they did say like the family did say that he needs to be institutionalized, not locked in jail, but institutionalized and treated. And they kept saying it over and over again. That is what I've heard as far as that goes. Which, look, that's a failure. In my opinion, that is a failure to mental health. But at the same point in time, it's also a failure of a good amount of people on that train. Somebody was able to hold a camera, but nobody ran over there and grabbed that poor woman's, like, got her throat. Nobody went over and like try to apply pressure or rip their shirt and try to tie it off or just try to do anything to stop him or save her. Like, but you filmed it, so obviously you had your hands free and you were able to do that part of the shit. I don't understand. And I get the whole Daniel Penny thing. Like the Daniel Penny thing where he ended up going to jail and like, oh, well, I can't, I'm not going to jail helping some chick I don't know or whatever. Yeah, there's right and wrong, and the difference. We all know the difference, and that shit just wasn't right. Like you put your phone down at a certain point and you go and help her. That would have been the right thing to do in that situation. Like, doesn't mean like you have to go get yourself stabbed over it or any of that crap, but do something. Don't just stand around and watch. Okay, so the video was from the CCTV inside the train. And they did go over and help her after the stabber left. I mean, I don't know. That's just, it's crazy. Like, it was just terrible. Because I'm not going to lie. If I were sitting there on that train, it would have caught me completely the fuck off guard. Because that guy was just like kind of chilling and like sitting there. And then out of nowhere, he just got up and like went ham on her. I was like, what is going on? Like, what am I seeing? I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, really? Because at first I was like, okay, she had to do something. Like when you told me about it, Rebel, I was like, maybe she's being a Karen or, not like she deserves to be stabbed for being a Karen, but I kind of would have understood a little better. It was just out of nowhere. She didn't even really make eye contact with him. She had her head down and like a hat on. Yeah, you're right. And Sheree's correct too. Some people, when they're put in a situation, they don't even know how to react. Like they just immediately freeze, like a deer in headlights. Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like she may have been a small person, but that kind of makes it all that much worse to me. Like I don't know. Like you would think seeing somebody because that dude was like he's decent sized. He looked like he was like what, like 6'2", 6'3"? Just just random guessing, 6'2", 6'3", maybe. You would think that like one of the guys would have hopped up faster. And I mean, like I said, in that situation, I would have been like, "What the fuck did I just witness?" Like I would have been caught off guard too. And maybe you're right. Maybe they did the best they could. I don't know. It felt rough to me. Felt really 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 rough. Like the Charlie Kirk situation, there was nothing anybody could have done. Like there was no rushing to save him. No, like, even if you had a medical team on scene, it was over in a matter of seconds. Like the moment he was hit, that was game over. Which is weird because when you think of the Donald Trump thing, then, like when Donald Trump got hit, yeah, you had Secret Service rush and all that other stuff, but how many shots went off? This was just one shot and game over. Oh shit, I forgot. I was like, I got bone mass. I can bone mass out of this. And just realized I don't think bone mass works the same as it did. I think they've changed that up too. At least parries are working. When you're sitting down or in a vulnerable position. I mean, that's smart, mister. Like I said, don't be afraid, be prepared. Like, I don't think any of us should live in fear of, well, tomorrow, well, yeah, but anything can happen. I learned that. Guido passing away, anything can happen. You don't know when your last day is going to be. It sometimes shit just happens, but that doesn't mean that, being blissfully unaware of your surroundings or any of that stuff, that's also not good. And I can't even blame the woman because looking at the way the guy was postured and chilling and everything else, if it were me, I wouldn't have thought anything. I definitely wouldn't have been like, oh, yeah, well, this is probably like this guy behind me could just whip out a knife and take me out. I just, I wouldn't have thought anything of it. It's been like, okay, dude's chilling or whatever. Yeah, I don't think she knew what happened either. What's up, Leo? How are you, buddy? Yeah, well, okay, so we can get into the woo woo on it. Because honestly, it did pique me for woo woo as well, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you and say it didn't. That shit completely hit me like it was woo woo. Um, the entire Charlie Kirk thing hit me like woo woo, and I think Mister had said something too, and I was just like, yeah, something does feel off with this. Something feels like it's a setup for something, and I mean, it'd be cool. Like, well, not cool, but interesting if everybody has like different theories on why would you do this? Like, what would be the point to to taking out Charlie Kirk in this manner? Like, spread fear among the the conservative movement. Is it for a more nefarious purpose? Is it because Charlie Kirk found out exactly what chemical they were putting in the water to turn the frogs gay? Like, what is what are you guys thinking on it? Don't turn your back on a dude in a hood. Yeah, well, not only do people not want to get involved, some people are very afraid of violence too, or don't know how to counter that violence. Rebel. Yeah, I mean they can say you can say take away pew pews and all that. Okay, um, that ain't gonna change shit. Like it's legit not gonna change anything. Um, the biggest example I think I can use for if people want to do violence and stuff like that would be the Boston Marathon bombing. Those kids used pressure cookers and like nails to pull that one off. There were no pew pews involved. No, nothing like this. It was just brutal. I'm gonna expand this. I think I've got the marble to do it. I think I'm gonna come out another one on each side. That walkway is a little narrow. Um, but yeah, you don't take into account a lot of people aren't aren't prepared to handle violent situations. You know, if I'm in a Walmart, some shit broke out like that, then I'm near the hardware section. It's pretty much a wrap because I will get crazy violent. Like I will improvise and just go insane, right? To defend myself, my wife, my children, whatever, to make sure I'm not hurt. Um, I've been in a lot of violent situations. I'm used to it to an extent, but not everybody is. And it's real easy to forget that too. Anybody who has any kind of semi or violent past, it's hard to look at other people and go, well, I don't understand. How come you didn't do this? Like you get used to it, and it's like not everybody has that same instinct for violence you may have. What's up, Devin? How are you? Yeah, Stranded. The timing on that was crazy, and specifically about transgenders in school shootings. Not saying that the shooter's a transgender. I'm just saying it was real interesting. Like the question that had come up and why, and I think right before that was something about gang violence or something. Correct? I think that was the question that was like right before it was something about gang violence or something. So the timing was odd. However, you know, it might have just he gets that question asked a billion and one times, so does not shock me. Like actually does not shock me at all. Um, yeah, popcorn in the chat for Devin. Okay, Mister. Damn, Mister, your head's all wonky over this shit. That's crazy. I mean, like I said, it definitely it's definitely had an effect on a lot of people. Like I don't know if it's just the shock of it or what have you, but it did. And I think if the desired effect was to scare people, I think this shit's gonna have the opposite effect. It's gonna anger people and emboldening some of the worst people is the way I'll say it. And that is a bigger fear to me than anything else. Because you do have people that are like, oh, like that's it. I've had enough of it. They are. It's okay for them to take us out, but we can't do nothing. Let's start hitting back. for example. And that is my fear, is that violence will beget violence. And that is the wrong course of action. That's the worst thing that could possibly happen. Yeah, the timing of it was crazy. The timing of that was just absolutely nuts. Like the question being asked, like I really wish I could. I really wish I had answers at this point, which none of us do. And if I did have answers, well, then the FBI would probably want to have a conversation with me if we're being honest. Because, yeah, there, as far as I can see, there aren't any answers. This wasn't. The only thing I can say is it absolutely was not just senseless violence. Like, it had a point to it, and I just think the desired effect of that point isn't going to be what whoever perpetrated this thought it was going to be. Anytime you have somebody protesting now, like, shit's going to be bad. I can see it for what like, I can see this going forward, and none of it is good. And that's, like I said, any woo woo theories. Does anybody have any kind of woo woo or interesting theory as to, like, okay, well, this is what happens next, or this is why it was done? Any of that stuff? Yeah, this the whole incident could be looked at a few different ways. No, there's no way. If if that person, that guy is not just a marksman. He's above a marksman. Like, this shot was precision. Like, maybe you're right. Maybe it is somebody who is just slightly skilled with a gun and got lucky with it. But most shooters, right? Most actual really good shooters, they aim center mass. You aim center mass for a reason. It's the biggest target, almost a guaranteed hit. Everything else. Now you could say they were aiming for Charlie Kirk's head, but shooting him, you can somebody can get hit in the head, and if it grazes just right or bounces off the skull just right, they'll live. You hit somebody's spine or their artery the way his was hit, and like I said, from the angle of it, it looked like it probably hit his spine too. Um, to hit that angle and that shot, that's that's like dead nuts. That is a hard shot to hit. Now, granted, he was sitting there. Yeah, exactly, Rebel. He was sitting there. Then again, Donald Trump was on the stage. Shooter was closer than that and grazed his ear and missed with a whole bunch of shots. Tells you just how shitty the shooter was, but also it's a lot more difficult to hit a target. Most people aiming at another person, and they this is actual legit data. You have to kind of, it's like ending yourself by using a knife, right? You have to be seriously committed to what you're doing using that knife, because your every instinct in your mind is telling you, I can't harm myself like this. Yeah, exactly, Rogue. That's what I'm saying too. He had that shit zeroed. Plus windage and drop angle. Like it's not that difficult a shot, but it's a lot harder than you would think. And I think it was a paid hit. Well, what comes out of this? That's my question, right? Who benefits from this happening? Does the left benefit? Not really. Does the right benefit from it? A little bit. The right actually does benefit, believe it or not. It doesn't feel like it would, but the right does actually kind of benefit from it in a way. The left can go on the whole gun control kick with it, which is where they kind of benefit, right? But the right, you now have a martyr that you can use a rallying cry around. Trump had fight, fight, fight. Why? Because he survived. That's what he did as soon as that shit happened. Fight, fight, fight. We all heard it. We all know it. All that shit. What'll be the rallying cry now? Never forget Charlie? Like, what is going to be the rallying cry? So, an alphabet agency? Possibly. But, I mean, this is woo woo and it's cynical and all that kind of stuff. But, Mr. said it earlier in Discord. He was like, feels MK Ultra ish, right? Like, why? What's the benefit? Was there something? What is the main benefit out of it? I get like Manchurian candidates, stuff like this. So Charles Manson actually, they believe was part of MK Ultra at this point. That's not some woo woo or made up stuff. Like they actually have documentation where he was on the Fed's watch lists, all this stuff. They bailed him out of jail at one point, like all kinds of weird stuff with Charlie Manson or Charles Manson. And we know what kind of horrific stuff, but they did it as an experiment to see if they could control somebody through the use of drugs. Same way they did Operation Midnight Climax. What would be the point in, like, what would be the point in taking out Charlie Kirk? I get he has an impact on campuses and all this, and he's a political speaker, but outside of outside of that, what benefit, unless you're going to use him as a martyr and never forget Charlie and all this kind of stuff to push an agenda in some way? I can't see it. Like, my brain is trying, like, I'm trying to formulate some kind of conspiracy around this, and I'm missing something. Like, something is missing to form the conspiracy. Yep, they do need to get somebody in custody. Was the Yank moment of silence real or a hoax? I didn't even know about Yankees having a moment of silence. I mean, it was probably real. Like people being upset, person's dead. That's real. Um, I don't think he had some kind of information. Like that's well, who knows? I don't watch enough of Charlie Kirk, guys. I'll be honest with you. Like I've seen him do the college debates and stuff, and I know like he had fun with the South Park thing. Um, I've seen him before on Tim Pool and heard him talk and everything else, and he has logical, good arguments, which is what made him so popular. Is that people on the left step up to the mic and he makes them look like assholes. That's well and good. And like I said, it could just be some kook, but usually, okay, so 9/11, right? Conspiracy behind that. Well, why would you do that? Why would you let all this stuff happen in America and all these people get hurt and people die and drop two buildings, all this kind of shit? And it's like, yeah, but then we went to a war, we did this, we did that, we did the other thing over it. BlackRock and a lot of military companies made a ton of money off of all that shit. There's got to be some kind of advantage here. Like, the only advantage you have here is it distracts from the Epstein files, but there's so much other stuff to distract from the Epstein files at this point going on in the world to take our eye off that ball that this wouldn't make sense. Like, this wouldn't be part of it. God damn it, I keep going through the damn wrong portal. Yeah, Democrats booed, and that's just it. Reality is that shit's going to come home to roost, but it's still not enough. It's got to be something crazy. There you go, SE. There's a theory. If you're keeping both sides at each other's throat, then what's the underlying that they're distracting us from? But still, it's got to be a pretty big one to do a public assassination. I think that word's allowed on YouTube, right? To do a public assassination on someone like that. Like, I would think that it's got to be something very big deal. Like, we just bombed Russia or some shit. Like, it's got to be something to that level of, oh shit, we all miss this, guys. And I'm not seeing that, or I'm not feeling that just yet. I'm not thinking that that has happened. But there's usually something when there's usually a play at hand. And again, that's if it's a conspiracy. If it's not some kind of crazy wackadoo conspiracy theory, and it is just, you know, some leftist asshole decided, hey, I'm gonna go and delete this guy for disagreeing with his opinion, then maybe it's as simple as that. Was he having Charlie Kirk's had a big impact? Like, look, a good chunk of you guys are really upset about it, right? Um, like, I mean, really, really upset. So he definitely had a cultural impact on the way things were going, but it just feels like there's something else. Yeah, they say that about a lot of people. There was a point in time where they said The Rock could be president one day, Essie, but I don't know if he could have been president. I think that's he you can be a big celebrity and not be presidential material, you know what I mean? Like, it's like he was having an impact on youth though. It could come down to just the left was afraid they were losing, like, or the person that took him out was just always influencing the youth and making transgenders look bad. It could have been something like that. But still, even that kind of feels like I said, it might have just been a fucking nut. It could have just been some crazy bastard that it's just I don't know. To me, the whole damn thing is senseless. Like it just I there's definitely leftists that fucking get on my last damn nerve, but I've never thought about like, hey, you know what? This guy needs to be taken out or something. Like, not unless they were actively like, I'm petitioning for every pedophile to be released from jail. Yeah, that guy needs to go right now. Like, shit like that. I don't know. Something, but at the same point in time, something about the whole damn thing doesn't sit right with me either. Something with it, just none of it feels correct. Like, and most of the people on the left I know can't shoot a gun or are afraid of them. Yeah, the Rock is kind of like Howdy Doody. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of see him. To me, he is like Hulk Hogan. He did have a huge following, SC. You're not wrong. And people really did love him. So that's just it, Stranded. Maybe you didn't have sights on being, but possibly some kind of political seat that could make big waves. I don't even think he needed to be in politics to make big waves. I think just doing what he was doing was creating a cultural impact. Like, I think he had the biggest impact doing exactly what he was doing. The Pebble. Nice. Like, he definitely he was impacting the way college kids think about shit because the way they would argue with him, like I said, Ben Shapiro, I can't stand fucking Ben Shapiro. I mean, I can talk about him a little bit too because you want to talk about fucking interesting. Ben Shapiro, and some of you guys have premium YouTube, right? You don't have the where you get the ads and all this bullshit anymore. But on regular ass poor GAM, fucking with the regular ass non premium YouTube, Ben Shapiro has bought ad time on YouTube. And it's not just like a small amount of ad time. Like I look to see that ad runs like 45 minutes, and it's actually an episode of his show. And all that's going through my head is there is a point in time where Ben Shapiro was collecting money from YouTube. Now he's paying out money to YouTube to advertise him, which tells me he's pretty much failing as a like Daily Wire has kind of run its course with a lot of people apparently because you don't do shit like that unless you need to get people to watch your show. Like you don't see like, hey, I'm Patrick Bet David, and here's my show is here. Here's an entire episode that I'm gonna pay YouTube to run. Like no, YouTube's paying me to run this shit because I'm popular and people, want to watch my stuff. So that's one of those weird ones to me, but it also showed me that kind of the Daily Wire must be failing, like in some way, shape, or form, or they're they don't have the traction and input that they did. Charlie Kirk, he didn't have to pay for that for Turning Point. Everybody just YouTube's paying him to put up Turning Point shit. Yeah, he is a douche. I'd seen a video. It was a whole bunch of like Sniper X trans people. Really? That's crazy. That's crazy, Rebel. Yeah, with Ben Shapiro, my where he lost me is I don't like people. Okay, fine. You don't like Donald Trump, and I'm not talking about people in the chat. You don't like Donald Trump? That's cool. You don't like Donald Trump. You don't have to like Donald Trump. He can you can hate the man even. That's cool. Don't be a never Trumper and then the moment Trump gets in office be like, "Oh, Trump's the greatest." Well, why? Because he's letting the country that I support bomb the shit out of people. Like, what? What is this? Cuz that's what's been happening. Like Ben Shapiro went from I throw all my support behind Ron DeSantis, for example, to oh, Donald Trump is, he's a fantastic president and dude, you fucking couldn't stand the guy in his first term. Like, be real with your opinions. You guys have heard me say this. Like Donald Trump, I'm like so with. He's not my favorite of the president, but he's much better than what we were going to get if you had a Biden 2.0 or a Kamala, right? But be real with your opinion, and I think that's part of what's cost him his credibility. Comment about the truth. I'm looking through right now, Rab. Hold on. Bum, 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 bum. That's cool, Sheree, Devin. Did my comment not go through? Your comment must not have gone through because I am scanning back, Rebel, at everything you put in, and I see nothing where you said anything about truth. Yeah, I just scanned through. I don't see anything. My favorite president? I don't have one. There are no heroes when it comes to presidents. Like, eh, there was points in time where I was like, this one's my favorite, that one's my favorite, and then the more I've looked at each of them, they've all done some fucked up shit in the background that makes me go, damn, every one of our presidents is flawed or fucked up in a different way. Like every last one of them. I mean, there's some that are worse than others, you know, but like, and there's definitely some that I was highly against. There was definitely some that I had huge hopes for that failed and like just make me shake my head. I mean, like I said, I don't think like Trump is like, oh, he's evil and all this kind of shit. I just think he's got some flaws that he could work on, but for the most part, he's not like awful like, oh god, this guy's fucking terrible at this shit or anything. I I just think I don't know. I guess my favorite president, if I had to pick one specifically, would be fucking George Washington. You know why? Because he was like, I don't want to be fucking president. Or Andrew Jackson, maybe. Because he went down to Mexico with like 14 guys and took Texas from them. Like, it would be some asshole like this. Like, some old ancient president, but any in modern history? Like Reagan at one point in time, I was like, he was a great president. Reagan did away with mental health institutions. Reagan did away with a whole bunch of shit that was very important. He did good things, a lot of good things, but then you have shit like Iran Contra. So he's got his flaws too. George W. or Herbert Walker Bush Senior, I guess you'd call him. He had problems. Clinton definitely had some fucking problems. I used to think he was great at one point in time in my life when I was younger. I was like, oh, Clinton's great. Yeah, he wasn't so great. He was fucking doing all kinds of shady shit under behind the scenes and underneath. Obama, well, we all saw what happened with Obama, right? W basically let Dick Cheney run his shit for a long ass time. Like it's got to be some ancient president. I'm not gonna say Abraham Lincoln either. Of course, the truth is they will people for no reason they are evil. Yeah, they are fucking evil, dude. All right, so let me keep wrapping conspiracy. So if Democrats can use this for gun control, what could the Republicans use this for? What do we have going on in the current world where Trump could bend this entire thing to an angle that would benefit him? Because you know some shit's going to come up, all right? And this is a woo woo game. We are not being serious here to anybody watching. This isn't some definitive, this is what's going on, and oh my God, there's a secret. This is just us having fun and spitballing bullshit. They, them. Every last word you said there, I think came through there, Reb. K11. I got it. I think I got a good conspiracy, guys. What if they use this? What city did it happen in? It happened in Utah, right? University of Utah? That might fuck my conspiracy up. I was going to say they'll use this to implement some kind of crackdown on campuses, which is basically the beginning of some kind of martial law. It's what I was going to go with. And then, yeah, if it happened in Utah, I don't know that is Utah super blue. I'm not. I'm not sure. I know they're trying to use this shit. Well, everybody's going to try and use this shit to go ahead and oh well, you don't understand. The left is perfect, or the right, like Charlie Kirk deserved it, or whatever. Maybe they're doing it. Maybe it happened. They're gonna go after all the people online, or use it to limit speech online to see. Like Alex Jones is really good at this shit. He can come up and be like, "Yeah, you see what happened here was," and then just go into a whole big explanation over how the Clintons are going to use this to cover up their participation in the Epstein files, and how there was actually chemtrails involved in this that set off the mass shoot or set off the shooter. But yeah, I can't. I'm trying to think conspiracy and just can't. Like I can't see a good angle to this. Holy shit! You got all three of them done in 2 days. That's amazing. Great job. McKinley, he got a cold and died in office. Massive gas tanker explosion in Mexico City leaves at least 57 people injured, some seriously. Utah Valley University. Utah's getting a lot of Californians. Yeah, you know what? That is true. Distract from Chicago. It could be distraction from Chicago, but I'm trying to see where you would use it politically to. So, for example, if this should happen in Chicago, we'll say it was University of Chicago and they shot Charlie Kirk. Trump can say that's it. I'm sending in the National Guard. It would have given him reason to go in there. You know what I mean? That would have fed into a conspiracy. Yeah, there were a lot of people. There's like 2,000 people at that event. A combination of pragmatic leadership and more steadiness during the time of rapid change for the U.S. Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting, Eugene. Trump is addressing the nation right now. Keep me up to date on it. School shooting in Denver, Colorado. Yet everyone's talking about in Charlie. No, no reason to be sorry. There's a school shooting in. Wait, what? That all wraps back into itself at that point. There we go. Somebody from Utah. What's up, Maddie? And so that makes sense. So all the gang trash from California has been migrating to Utah. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought Utah was more like pretty seriously red. National Guard. I heard they went in today. Yeah, I thought it was conservative, but if you're saying all the gang trash is going there and stuff like that, I mean, look, there's also the other aspect of you had 2,000 people at an event, somebody from outside the event going there. You know, somebody specifically coming to do this. Everything else, they could have come from California, New York, New Jersey, hell, Minnesota. So there's another. All right, hold on. Because I just got done saying this shit. All right, so Revel. Let's start with Revels. Sorry, guys. The gaming stream's like, I'm gonna sit here for a minute. No, I don't. God damn it! I don't care about Google Messenger or some bullshit. Um, no, I don't want. My God, I got shit popping up all over this damn tablet while I put you guys on hold. Okay, so I'm going to look at this gas tanker explosion in Mexico City, see what's going on with that. And then school shooting, you said in Colorado? And we'll go over both of them. Evergreen High School. Okay. Start with that gas tanker first and see what's up with it. Eugene, they sent out an apology for what Trump said. They can go fuck themselves. That's where I'm at with it. All right, let's see what we got. All right, massive gas tanker explosion in Mexico City leaves at least 57 people injured, some seriously. All right, Mexico City highway Wednesday sending flames and smoke billowing over the south of the capital and injuring at least 57 people, some with their entire bodies charred and others waiting for help in the middle of the road with burns and torn clothing. It exploded under a highway overpass. It burned 18 vehicles, left 19 of those injured in grave condition. Apparently, the mayor came out and said no one has died yet from their injuries, and the wounded were taken to the hospital across the city. They were investigating. They're investigating it. It looks like the truck tipped over and exploded. They're not sure yet. Um, oh God! Videos on social media showed dozens of people screaming and running from the explosion. The video showed two men whose entire bodies appeared to have suffered burns, with tattered clothing melted onto skin as emergency vehicles sped by. They said they've got it under control. Okay. The explosion occurred on one of the most important roadways flowing out of the country's capital on the way to the city of Puebla. After hours of closure, the city's government reopened the highway on Wednesday evening. And that's pretty much it on that. They're still investigating, so that's as much detail as we got on that one, guys. I already got it. I got it, Maddie. Yeah, that's queued up. I just pulled it up. Um, just son of a goddamn, like, I don't know. I'm starting to really hate Google's AI, by the way, guys. It keeps doing shit. Like, it's like, do you want to go here now and post this and share that? Like, no. I just want to read the goddamn story, you son of a bitch. All right, so let's see. Shooting at Evergreen High School leaves three students with gunshot wounds, including the suspected shooter. Um, Shooting at Evergreen High School this afternoon hospitalized four students, three with gunshot wounds, including the suspected shooter. Students with gunshot wounds were treated at Common Spirit St. Anthony Hospital in Lakewood after treatment. Two of the three, one being the suspect, are still in critical condition. Third victim has non-life threatening injuries. Apparently, the shooter shot himself. Is self-inflicted. Officials said a fourth juvenile took themselves to the hospital with injuries sustained while escaping the high school and fleeing to a nearby elementary school. The suspect, Jesus Christ, this is the scariest thing you could ever think could happen, said Jackie Kelly, public information officer with Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, at a press conference Wednesday afternoon. Honestly, I don't know if our suspect is old enough to even drive. Kelly said it was not clear who the shooter was or how many shooters may have been involved. Over 100 police officers from around the Denver area rushed to the school to try to help. Officials said the shooter used a handgun, and the police have not found a letter explaining the attack. Kelly said it appeared the shooting happened on school grounds, but outside the school. Wait. Happened on school grounds, but outside the school. So basically, they were like in the parking lot or the sports fields or something. Um, Cameron Jones is a ninth grader at Evergreen High School. He said that he was eating lunch outside when he heard three gunshots. A security guard then told him to run. He said he never thought a shooting like Wednesday's would happen in Evergreen. One in a million thing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so like I'm reading different people's that weren't there and saw shit. I think if I'm being honest with myself, I always knew it was when, not if, Weber said, but having been born and raised there, I didn't think it ever really happened. That was a mother that, like, her kid, that she's like, if I'm being honest, I always knew it was when, not if. Like, what? Like, really, lady? But having been born and raised there, I didn't ever really think it would happen here in Evergreen. This is some lady who just wanted to be in the fucking news, and her kid wasn't even shot. Authorities have not released more details on the shooting. Videos on social media show emergency service vehicles racing there mm, to the scene to assist. So the feds are coming in. Parents are being asked to go to Bergen Elementary School to meet up with their kids outside the school. Long line of parents waited to be reunited with the students. Yeah, it reached. Well, I guess so. The Jefferson County Education Association, a teachers union in the district, said in a statement that every time a school shooting happens, it re-traumatizes the community that lived through the Columbine shooting in 1999. Yeah, I would think so. And that's pretty much all the rest of this article says. So they have no motives, no nothing else going on with that one either. Just holy shit, Danny Boss, good to see you. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd be pissed off, Danny. It's great to see you, bruv. Wow. So they did that with your kid at a private school? That one's actually more shocking to me than regular ass public high school. Still not good, but yeah, definitely fucking odd. Definitely odd. So yeah, that school shooting, yeah, it happened at a school and sounds kind of bad, but it doesn't sound like when I think of school shootings, I think more of like exactly what they said in that article, Columbine. It can happen anywhere. Hey, Danny, I'll tell you what. I don't blame you. You can ask everybody in here, right? Oh, and Danny, you'll be glad to know this because of you and Devin and you guys like your beliefs and everything else. I started reading the Ethiopian Bible. Just saying. Um, so shout out to you for that one, man. I've had Rogan here with me last time, and we had a whole conversation discussing stuff because I want to I'm trying to educate myself on it. It's not going to convert me in any way, shape, or form that I can see yet, but I at least want to be knowledgeable and see what you guys see, if that makes sense. So, and yeah, shout out to Steve, by the way. He's probably watching but can't type. Yeah, and shit can happen anywhere. But yeah, like when I think of school shootings, I that one sounds like it was more between a set of kids. Like there was an issue between a set of kids and they kind of just got their pew pews, I guess we'll say, out and just had at each other. You know what I mean? Or well, one kid came in with an issue and went after a pair of others, which doesn't make it any fucking better, but it's better than somebody going into a school and just all prepared with like six rifles and all kinds of shit written on them and taking a whole bunch of children out, which is disgusting too. But yeah, that whole lot of not good. But yeah, the Mexico the tanker blowing up. That's an interesting one. It looks like it just tipped over though. It wasn't like it got struck by a missile or something. Something crazy. Oh yeah, Rogue. Yeah, that was an excellent conversation too. So Medi, there was a point in time. Well, one, the Ethiopian Bible is because I want to read the apocryphal texts such as Enoch and stuff like that, because they do have their place, even though it's non-canonical and they're outside of the canonical. They're outside of what's accepted in the religion. So I still want to read it, right? Um, but yeah, kids bringing guns to school. There was a point in time, like my dad's told me, they used to have rifle. They used to bring their 22 caliber rifles to school, and they had rifle class. Like they actually had marksmanship classes in high schools at one point. Get some rest, Stranded. I'll shout you out through the rest of the show. I know you always rewatch. The apocryphal, yeah, Enoch is why you like the apocryphal books. I mean, Enoch's interesting. I know the book of Enoch, having not even read the rest of the Bible yet. Rogue and I were discussing this. I'm still in Genesis at this point. It wasn't even just that. It was also more accepted. Like, and if we're everybody's being kind of honest about it, when it comes to like them teaching people to shoot in class, not that you didn't have mass shootings, you still did here and there. They were just rarer. I think Western moral values have changed over time. We've gotten more used to violence. Like, I can't even say that because I can look back at fucking other shit and it's way like there was definitely stuff way back when where the violence was worse than modern day, which makes me wonder if we just view it worse because we've evolved in a way as Americans, as citizens, or whatever you want to say, that we abhor the violence now. Where back then it was just more accepted, and people had tighter morals and weren't as likely to do some of the shit that they do today. And yeah, Sheree, you're not wrong there. I used to have weapons on me all the time in school. I used to wear a trench coat and I had 3 to 4 different weapons I could whip out at any time. It was just that kind of high school. Matter of fact, shout out to Forever Demonetized because he probably remembers, like, remembers that shit. Yeah, you're right. They weren't as broadcast. Everything wasn't. Yep, no issues back then. You're right, Bob. They were also not broadcasting the way they are today, so there are a lot less copycats. That's 1,000% correct too. Um, People were less sensitive too. That is something that I have definitely said and addressed. Is that when I was younger, we definitely had a lot thicker skin. Like there was no such thing as I'm in my safe space, or you know your hate speech, this is violence against me by your words have put me into a coma for a week, stuff like that. We definitely were a lot more not a problem. Yep, there you go, Se. Your brother, your older brother had a rifle team. Yep, absolutely. Dear Lord, dude in Chicago. Good. What the fuck? Like, yeah, I mean, shit like that definitely didn't. Like, society, again, I think it definitely. Can we blame it all on the internet? No, but can we say that the internet has definitely desensitized us to stuff. I think that's the best way of saying it. We got desensitized to certain violence. Shit, I gotta go kill Aspens and get more Aspen tails. Fuck. But our sense of violence, like not just video games or any of this stuff. I think polite society has been desensitized to violence, and a chunk of it is the internet. Like for example, how many people in my chat saw when they caught Saddam Hussein and what happened to him? Or um, the time they had the POW over in the Middle East and what they did to that guy. Like I'm being vague on purpose because like it's graphic and I don't want to give anybody nightmares if you remember that stuff. But when I was in like my 20s or whatever, I'm going to say, yeah, it's probably like 20 years, 30 years ago, 20, like right around 2000, 2002. I remember seeing all kinds of shit where we would watch it and be like, oh, damn, that's some crazy shit. Yeah, Eugene, they always had the very special episodes. They would have very special episodes of drugs, of using pew pews. There was all kind. It was always a very. There was one like oh god, what was it? Different Strokes where Arnold and Dudley and the old man like tricked him and was gonna do naughty things to him and stuff like that. And it was like if you see something, say something. Hell, didn't they have Nancy Reagan on there just saying no to drugs? You had all this different kind of shit back when I was younger that they used the culture to kind of dissuade those kind of things. Nowadays, I don't think there's really even shit like that. Like there are no real shit. Is there actually a good sitcom even on TV at this point? Or yeah, you had the Dare program. Video games aren't the problem for shootings. Now, as a matter of fact, I don't. There's a video. There's a famous video when you're talking about Call of Duty. One of the best players ever of Call of Duty was this one kid, and that shit was extra hysterical. They took him to a gun range, and they're like, okay, so you're taking people out left and right on Call of Duty, and they loaded up. I want to say it was an AR-15, might have been an AK-47. For some reason, I think it was actually an AR-15. And he pulled the trigger on it, and it shot, and he dropped the rifle immediately and started crying. Like the gun kicked, and from the bang of it and everything else, it scared him, and he started fucking crying. It was like, what? What am I seeing? But like, cause he was bragging, oh yeah, I'm sure I'll hit dead center target and everything, just like the video game. And like, as soon as he had a real one in his hand, he just like it scared him. Like just the bang and the kick from the gun scared him. Where the fuck am I even heading? Guys, I'm not even like paying attention. I gotta pay attention. Get back through the portal real quick. I don't know. I mean, that was I want to say during Modern Warfare 2 for it might have been even Modern Warfare 1 days. But yeah, I'm sure you can find a clip on YouTube and it is hysterical. Like this kid just starts bawling. He's like, oh, 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 oh. But he completely like drops the gun and all that. You're like, oh god. Yeah, I haven't had TV in a long ass time either. Everything I watch is all streamed and online. Like I'm gonna discuss this one tomorrow night, but I watched the new Toxic Avenger guys, and spoiler alert, I was like, yeah, it doesn't even come close to the original for as campy or good as the original is. And I'll address all my issues with it tomorrow night. But oh, you're not wrong, Rogue, about arms being in video games and in real life. Real life, you fire a shotgun, like especially something like a 10 gauge, and just a kick on it, like in your shoulder, you're like, oh shit. Like on a video game, you got like your video game characters running around with like two shotguns, one in each hand, just firing them off. Like, oh, this is easy to do. Like, no, no, this video games are definitely. It's the same thing with sword play. Like you watch a movie or play a game or something, like you're swinging a sword and hitting something with it. It's a whole lot different when you clang a sword against somebody who's swinging one against you, and that shit is like your arm rattles from just the reverberations from it, or you swing it around a little bit, and next thing you know, you're breathing heavy. You're like, why am I breathing so heavy? This shouldn't be doing this to me. Yeah, like it's a whole different matter. It's kind of part of the issue with reality versus just living through a controller and what's on a screen. It's the same way, man. I don't even know if I want to go into this conversation because I don't really like talking about this stuff, but or try not to talk about this stuff, especially on video gaming. But like guys that are all into adult material, we'll say, are like, oh my goodness, like if I was with that girl, all this other, like, man, one, girls don't actually act 99% of the time like the ones in those movies. And yeah, two, looking at you, my guy, you're out of shape, and you would last approximately 30 seconds. You wouldn't be like, and I say 99% because I do know somebody that probably could deal with all that. It like my buddy Twisted. I'll just leave it there. But most guys, like oh yeah, like guys like to talk a big game sometimes, and it's like, yeah, but in real life, girls aren't like that, bro. Doesn't work that way. Subject is in custody, has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Wait, as soon as I'm done fucking killing this stuff, I gotta read that, Reb. Come on, get the hell out of here so I can read what Rebel just wrote, you bastards. Fucking jumping on me. Cash Patel, subject is in custody, has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues. So they didn't even catch the right guy yet, is what you're telling me, Reb? And the only movie you want to see is Demon Slayer. Yeah, Bob, I can understand that. I bruised the shit out of my shoulder the first time I fired a 12 gauge when I was like 15. Yeah, I was like, good lord, like I had it all loose in my shoulder. I didn't realize you kind of want to tighten up and lean into it a little bit, and that shit kicked like a mule, like just damn near knocked me on my skinny little ass. No, Maddie, they caught two wrong people. That was they had taken two custodies or two people into custody. That being the second one. Um, Yeah, I hear you, Se. About TV and all that. You're not you're not wrong. Like you aren't wrong at all. You know, it used to call it the idiot box, and for good reason. Like it definitely. I love my entertainment. Don't get that mistaken. However, there's also a limit to it. Like TV was. I can honestly say I didn't watch all that much of it before I completely cut the cord. Like I watch a lot of different movies and stuff, and I'm not a huge guy on reading books either. That's more the wife's arena, you know. But yeah, yeah, TV definitely misleads you. Like movies mislead you. That's one of the things. The reason why I love the John Wick movies is because everything they're using in there is basically close quarters combat training. Like the way he's moving, shooting, and everything else. Like Keanu Reeves as John Wick, he trained for 3 years or something, and that's why he can pull off all the shit he's pulling off in that movie. But your average person can't pull that stuff off. Like I definitely couldn't pull it off. God damn it! I gotta go back. Oh, I just did that shit to myself. I'm gonna get trapped in here. If I'm not careful. Get out. I gotta go back through the portal. Go back to the Ashlands. Start to keep hunting. Not everything on TV was trash though. You had some good stuff. Nah, I don't think any of us has cut the cord. Not completely anyway, because you do like if there's a movie out there you like, you're gonna watch it. You know, I watch all kinds of shit. I keep waiting for some kind of horror movie that knocks the socks straight up my ass, or a comedy that actually makes me laugh and want to quote it on a constant in the modern day, and it's hard. Hell, even super. I love my superheroes. God, do I love my superheroes. And that's even that genre has gotten played out, has become dull, or they do dumb shit where I'm like, yeah, that's nothing like they did in the comics, or this could have been so much better if they just did this. Oh, Bone Mass's spirit does nothing now. He's just beating the shit out of me. What the hell did they do to my poor Bone Mass? I'm like fighting him and just that Morgan just tore me up. Before I used to be able to like tank everything. Oh, I can't tank shit. I gotta run. I know they reworked the powers, but god damn, they really reworked those powers. That Morgan just about killed me. I gotta be a little bit more selective. Alright, let's get the fuck out of this place. I'm gonna go through the other portal, I think. Until dawn, it was interesting. I still felt like they dropped the ball with it though. I thought it could have been way better. Way better. Yeah, if you got ADHD, I could understand that. Um, it did have some cool parts to it. It's just, see, I've never played the game. SE, I know you said it was like it's actually a game, and I had never played the game. There was one that I used to play called Dead by Daylight. What I thought they were going to do was they were going to have a whole bunch of different killers, and the killers were going to switch up every day, kind of like a cabin in the woods. So it wasn't just like, one overreaching arc with just one monster, like main monster villain killer thing. Instead, it would be a whole bunch of, like just picture like Freddy, Jason, Michael Myers, Pennywise the clown. Like, just each night was going to be a different serial killer. And I probably set myself up to be disappointed because of that. Shit, I got to look at the map. So, I mean, it was okay. It reminded me a lot of like Silent Hill, if you've ever seen Silent Hill. I don't know if you have, but that's what it reminded me of, SE. It was just, I like, kind of like, not the movie Silent Hill, but the game Silent Hill a lot better. Yeah, Silent Hill is definitely creepy. But then again, I'm like that. Oh, shit. Why the fuck? Oh, my God. You bastards. Where are my Askvens? Did all my Askvens escape? Like, when did this happen? Shit. I wonder if this happened last game. I don't remember leaving the gates open. God damn it. I come out to my Askven farm. I'm going to ride one around, go take some stuff out. What happens? They're all missing. We're all my pet lizards, damn it. And this is definitely where I had all those Askvens. Fuck. What's up, Ian? Yeah, man, everybody's. It definitely. So this should tell you guys. This should be telling to you, right? Because I used to watch news all the time. Like I'd play a game, put the news on in the background. Like most of the people that I play games with can tell you. Oh yeah, GAM. He's probably watching the news right now, so he's on mute. Because I don't need to subject everybody to what I'm what I'm watching while I'm playing video games. And I'm sitting there, I'm playing a game or whatever. I'm actually watching like Mr. Ballin, I want to say I have on in the background. I like listening to him while I'm playing, or Y Files, like I'll have something like that. Maybe I'll have something like a Piers Morgan on, whatever, while I'm playing. And it took my wife coming in the room and saying, "Yeah, Charlie Kirk's been shot," and she doesn't even know who Charlie Kirk is. Like she doesn't follow that shit. And she's just like, "Yeah, but did you hear Charlie Kirk got shot?" I'm like, "What? Like you're making that shit up?" She's like, "No." And I fucking, that's how I found out. You call him ass Silent Hill? Nice, Sassy. Essie, I had a guy who worked at the Wawa, and every time it started off like the first time I went in this Wawa because it's an out of the way one for me. I used to every time I drop in, I'd say the same thing just to see if he would say it say the same thing. But I was like, all right, thank you, man. Have a good night. He was like, I'll do my best. And I just started like, I don't know what it was about I'll do my best when you tell him to have a good night. It would fucking crack me up. And every time I went in, I always told him like, "Have a good night." He'd always be like, I'll do my best." To a point where I would have somebody in my car riding with me, be like, "Yo, we're going to this Wawa. Why? Because I want to tell the guy have a good night." And I guarantee he's going to tell you that he's going to do his best. And it's like, how the fuck do you know that? And sure enough, we go in there. Yeah, I'll do my best. I don't know why that tickled me, but every time it just made me laugh. I'll do my best. Wow, you found out when Eugene posted it in Discord? That's that's crazy. Yeah, that's what I've been saying though. Like Danny's like, "Yeah, I've been taking a break and stuff like that." I'm the same way. Like I have not been watching the news. Like I'll catch like a headline here or there or hear something in passing, but I'm not watching it like I used to because it's been just dog shit depressing. And I'm like, stop watching the news for a couple weeks and Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. Like what? Like I'm still shocked that ABL canceled his show tonight. I figured he would have been making hay on this. Like I'm actually shocked ABL canceled the show. Damn, Bob. That's craziness. That's funny as hell too. Wednesdays and he does it Wednesdays and Saturdays, like always, Maddie. Yeah, I stopped watching ABL pretty much entirely. But yeah, he does his shows Wednesdays and Saturdays. I was doing mine Thursdays and then Thursdays and Sundays. Then Smurf and I started playing through this game, my buddy Smurf, but we were playing on Fridays. And that was well and good. And I, like, honestly, Smurf ended up, because he wasn't working full time. He started working full time or whatever. So he had to change off Fridays to Wednesdays. And so I moved the stream from Fridays to Wednesdays. The thing is, people were still used to me streaming on Fridays. So I kept the Friday show. So now I stream Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. And this is the second week in a row. Basically, Smurf hasn't shown up. So I'm probably going to do away with the Wednesday show because I never wanted to step on ABL's toes. A lot of people, including, the greatest mods on these internet, Sheree, is a mod for ABL. I don't want to force people to like, oh, well, GAM stream, we're going to watch his stream, or I guess it's called counter programming is the way I always refer to it. But for people to feel that I'm trying to counter program ABL or whatever, like I never wanted that. So because Smurf hasn't shown up this week, this will probably be the last Wednesday I fucking play video games on a Wednesday. I'll just keep it Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, and cut it to 3 shows. Yeah, David. David's saying that because he's breaking balls. Because that's what David does. No. So, I mean, yeah, that was the only reason why I even am doing a stream on Wednesdays. But I, he said his power is out last week and everything else. Guess power got cut again this week. But that's cool. That's fine. I just do away with the Wednesdays because I don't have to do Wednesdays then. Unless you guys want me to do Wednesdays and cut Fridays, but I would think everybody would rather I cut it, like cut the Wednesday show and just go to Fridays. Smurf is playing Grounded 2 with someone. Well, hopefully he enjoys the shit out of that. I did like the craziest part is this is the update. Like I'm fine with that. But I also want you guys to remember this. So this way, if I get that complaint again, because the whole reason why I even started playing Friday and going through this game with Smurf was because he came into a stream and he was talking and he flat out said, "What? Oh, GAM doesn't play games with me anymore." All this, well, I've been live for the past 2 weeks and everything. So no. Oh yeah, I mean, I was up to 114 subs earlier, Sheree, and back down to 113. Like SE had called this out before, and SE, I've noticed this too. Right? I'll see where I'll get 2 subscribers, and then all of a sudden, and I didn't nail it down to. I think you had nailed it down to what 6:30. I think you had said like 6:30 in the morning. All of a sudden it'll drop. But I've had two people sub, and then all of a sudden 2 subs disappear. Like a couple hours later, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't even put out content. Like they didn't even watch anything. Like I'll go look and check my analytics. I'm like, they didn't just sub to unsub. You know what I mean? Like it's kicking them out for some reason. But I noticed that. And it didn't used to happen, but it's happened ever since I got over 100. Stone. What do I got in here? Oh my god. Aspen bladders. Aspen hide. Unless I'm in the wrong fucking castle. You know what? Maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe my princess is in another castle now that I'm looking at this. You know what? My Askvins might still be alive. Gordon's alive. Yeah, you're not wrong. It does happen here and there. Yeah, around 7. Yeah, SE. Yeah, I noticed. Like I said, you had mentioned it to me. I was like, nah, I've never seen anything like that. And then started noticing it happen. And then getting those same 2 subs back like 2 days later or something. All of a sudden, I'd have 2 subs again. I'm like, wait, that's 2 subs I just lost. Like, unless somebody's, screwing around, something like this, I'm not going to discount it. Not that I don't piss people off where they don't watch, but it's still just weird. Like, just out of the fucking blue. Okay, there's C, there's Vader. F, maybe? Let me try F for fucked. I mean, it could be the AI. I don't think you're wrong, SE. I think you're right. Welcome back, mister. Get your head clear. Feeling better, buddy? Oh no, it's not F. What the fuck did I? There's a portal somewhere out in the wastelands, and I definitely I gotta fix these fucking portals. I gotta fix this mess. CF. Wait, let me clean this shit up. Okay, fort. Is that what it's called? Let's try fort. Oh, it ain't that one. All right, let's see. Maybe A2. See what's through here. Mm. Well, this is. I'll tell you what. This is what's crazy. I posted this in my Discord, SE. So there's one dude, and everybody's had to have seen this guy at one point in time. He'll be like genius ideas in construction. He's got like a beard, and he'll be wearing a hard hat, and I can't remember what the hell the name of the channel is, but everybody's seen him. He does these shorts, and it'll be like, guys on a work site, and they'll screw a bunch of stuff up and break it, and all this kind of stuff. They'll do like they'll be backing in a truck, and it'll be full of like piping, and all of a sudden one guy will cut the thing, and all the piping will fall everywhere, and then he like just shakes his head while he's watching it. But everybody's seen this dude. Guaranteed you've seen this guy. And he always has like pretty fun content. It's a bunch of little clips of different people doing stuff. And he put one out where now he's in like a bathrobe, and he has a beard. Maybe it's H. Let's try H. Um, he has a beard or what have you, glasses, and he's reacting or whatever in between the snippets. Well, the AI made him look like he's basically like the equivalent of an oil painting. Like it messed with his face and his beard and his glasses and his coffee cup so bad. And so I searched Google. I asked Google's own AI. I'm like, has YouTube been altering videos using their AI to clean up the video quality? And sure enough, the AI told me yes, it has. And it's an experiment on certain channels. So their AI is actively messing with people's content and making shit look fake and everything else. Apparently, they're using YouTube, from what I understand, to teach Google's AI. Now, what purpose is that going to serve? I'm not entirely sure. But they have actively been doing it. So the AI has been messing with shit. And by Google's own AI has told me that it's messing with stuff, basically. Give me your tails. So the fact that they have that shit like messing around, it would not shock me if it's screwing with subscribers, likes, all this other stuff. Plus the other thing that, and granted, I don't have any. It'd be awesome if I did. I'd already be monetized. But one of the things that I'm sure they're eliminating, they just had this happen with Twitch. They're eliminating bot accounts. So people that are actual bots, they're wiping their accounts. Good night, Rogue. Always great seeing you, brother. Yeah, it's everybody's going to an AI model. And because of that, the AI is going to be imperfect and screw things up. It's just nature of the beast. But yeah, Google's using it to, I guess, teach it. Now, your guess is as good as mine. Is that to detect? Because I know there's going to be like an active campaign against AI videos. Like that's one of the things that I know they're trying to eliminate is AI videos. But are they using like regular ass videos to train it to search for other AI or inquiring minds want to know? Wow. You're up to 70. Man, you're rising fast, Eugene. People must love that stuff. You got to keep kicking out music. SE, how close are you to getting monetized, bud? You got to be getting close. Like your streams have been like there's a lot of people in the stream, a lot of people liking the stream, watching them or whatever. And even if you're going for like 2, 3 hours, not like long ass hours, they got to be stacking up. You got to be getting close. Like as long as I didn't even get a notification for your stream either. I just happened to refresh my YouTube and saw you were streaming. I was like, oh shit, and hopped immediately in as soon as I saw it. That shit's got to be out here somewhere. So okay, come on, Asquin. Choppy choppy pee pee. 'Cause that is one of my things. I want to see good people get monetized. You got enough crappy content creators that are monetized. Might as well have some good ones too, you know? I can kind of hide in here for a minute and let those guys fight. I look at my map actively. Alright, if I cut in there, cut to the right, I can get to see. Shit, is that a Paravalkyrie out there? I know they're vultures. I need vulture eggs too, but I think I'll just head out this way. You have a ways to go. That sucks, bro. If I could give you my watch hours, I would in a heartbeat because, like I said, monetization for me ain't happening anytime soon. You know, it's gonna be a while before I get monetized. Uh, 500 subscribers even is way off. 1,000 subscribers even further. Which I'm all right with because everything is organic. Like people that watch my channel are actually watching my channel. It's not like, oh, well, you know, I went and paid somebody $50 and got monetized or, you know, toss my granddad salad to get him to watch my show like 500 times or some bullshit. Oh, well, this sucks. Oh, no. The fucking portal in here burned down. I can't even get back. God damn it. You know, I don't need to cheat a system. What does it take to get monetized? So for your first level of monetization on YouTube, Bob, 3,000 hours of content watched over a year's period and 500 subscribers. For the actual like, oh shit, I'm going to make some money level of monetization is 1,000 subscribers and 5,000 hours or 4,000 hours of content watched. I'm at like 5,600 hours of content watched with, got 113 subs. That's why I tell everybody, hey, look, even if you're not going to watch my content in the future, do me a favor, sub. You're helping me out because I need to build up the subscribers. Now, granted, I would prefer that they watch my content, but that, like, you know what I mean? The people that watch me for like 6 to 8 hours or 12 hours or whatever. Essie is right. Dude, it's not you having to do better at either, Essie. You're doing perfectly fine. Your content is good. Your message is good. The big part is the message that you have in your content is a good message. It's a pure message. It's why I have no problem at all saying, "Oh yeah, check out Essie's channel, watch him," because you're great people. Like you're you're a good dude, and you're telling the truth, and you're calling it up the middle, and you want everybody to do well. You try to put out a message of love and unity and caring about other people, even if you don't agree with them. And we all need a little bit more of that in our lives, if I'm being honest. Like, we all need to respect each other a little bit more or listen to each other or have empathy for one another. So it's like your message is great and all that. That's not it. It's more if you were like every Friday at this point in time, I'm going live and all that kind of stuff, or Sunday, or whatever day of the week you fucking pick. That's where it's the consistency that hurts. Like that's the only thing holding you back, in my from what I can tell. Damn it! Where the hell is? Can I make it across there? I'm gonna jump. Oh yeah, I did. I'm definitely by where my ask bins were hidden, and I can get home. The only problem is, oh shit! Something just hit my. So the shield's still up over here. Then what the fuck is going on? Why can't I? I gotta go in here and look and see what the hell's going on. And hopefully these little fuckers don't try and get out of the gate on me. They're a pain in the ass to catch. Oh yeah, they're all alive. What's up, guys? Good to see you. Hey, oh, I love you too, buddy. How you doing? Let's give you some lovin's. Well, you're new. I got a couple new ones. You guys popping eggs? Haha. I don't want to pet. I just want to pet you. Where the hell's the portal in here? What's going on, buddy? It's E. Well, then what the fuck is the... Holy shit. Alright. Rename that. Get that down. Fuck. Hopefully I got a blank opening. Yeah, I mean, and that's just it. If you've been consistent with Tuesdays and that becomes a thing, people are going to notice it. People are going to see it. They're going to keep tuning in. And like I said, when you go live and that notification goes out, you have like, I think my record at this point is like 35 people watching the stream. And that was Rogue and I last Wednesday. And that was definitely one of those, wow, I can't believe. Shit. I need to kill this portal and turn it back to E, I guess. And then I gotta die. So I can reconnect to it and come back here. How close am I to death? A couple minutes. Yeah, I've definitely got some Askman going on. Did you guys drop any eggs for me? I need to just get my health. Actually, I can just run to the lava. Set myself on fire, run out of it, run back towards this place, and then die. Time to go swimming. Wait till that gets down to about 20. Get out. Damn, I still didn't die. That's super interesting. It's taking a while for me to burn to death now. You got anybody who's watched this playthrough? That must be one of the upgrades they did. You don't die as fast in the lava. Yeah, like it's crazy. I was shocked Medi dropped in. I'm like, hey, that's good to see Medi. Just came in out of nowhere, like an RKO. Just crazy. So, I mean, here's the thing, though, and this is going to be a question for you. Medi is here indeed. Nice. Um, oh, Jesus Christ. Wait a minute. Anthony as in Anthony McQuaid, mister? Because, yeah, two of those other names, it's kind of like, well, definitely one of those other names I don't specifically have a problem with. But, yeah, one of those names, he, uh, he definitely likes young people a little bit too much is the way I'll put that. Like, and I'm not. I'm good with him showing up because yeah, I got a microphone. It's not ABL night, and I definitely use some foul language and telling him exactly what I think about his predilection for youngsters would not be a problem. Nope, not MM. No. MM, I can't say that about. I think he's a jerk for what he did to Anthony McQuaid, but I specifically don't have a individual like me personally. I don't have a problem with him. It's more like, yo, that was some dirty shit you did, and I'd have no problem telling him that's some dirty shit you did, right? Going and whining the ABL and costing Anthony McQuaid a gig that he really really liked, even though, as we all know, it wasn't like he was getting paid for it. It's still, you took something away from somebody that was, according to a community, a very good dude. I'm not. You're not going to be in my favor at that point. Like it's kind of shitty. But no, one of those other names. I'm like Jesus Christ. Yeah, that dude. Like good old Beans. Shout out to Beans for exposing that dude. Because yeah, yeah, it's some shit that I definitely wouldn't be silent on. And it's not an alleged in his case. Like some people, it's like, oh, that shit's alleged. Like not in this case. Like in this case, it's just fucked up. Is the only way of putting it. I don't know. I don't know who she exposed herself to, but she definitely exposed a person for who they were. She went digging. Yeah, Anthony McQuaid from I remember him being an alright mod and a decent dude. Um, St. Louis's pizza isn't horrible. Dude, I don't know. I got the hell out of there. Oh, son of a bitch. I'm just gonna let that shit burn. God damn it. I went all the way out there, got these aspen tails so I could turn them into, what is it, pecan pie? And ended up cooking them like an asshole. What is up with this bullshit? Like, are you guys really gonna come messing with me right now while I'm cooking? Like, I got food on the spits. Skeletons want to show up. They want to fight. I'm gonna say hi. How you doing, Gam? I'm gonna have to go out there and kick the hell out of them. Why can't you guys just let me cook my food, bastards? I have to start working on those trinkets too. I hear you guys smacking out there. You keep a knocking, but you can't come in. Come on, finish cooking so I can pull this shit off the spit and get to work. Yeah, I prefer my New Jersey pizza, if not the New York. Chicago, I'm not big on the thick ass pizza. Like the deep dish, everybody loves it. I'm just so on it. I like thin crust. I like thin crust and I cannot lie. Chicago pizza isn't really pizza? And what would you call it? I mean, it's not like Oklahoma pizza, which is basically like crackers with some ketchup on it and a little bit of cheese sprinkled on top. Skeletons are not tired of fighting. They just showed up. They're still starting shit. The game lied. They're just tired of getting their asses whooped. That's what I think is happening in this game right now. You're dead too. Well, now you're dead again. You're dead twice. Bastards. Alright, I don't need all this crap on me. What else can I get rid of? Rid of that. I can always use coal. This stuff can go away too. Don't need you. I'm gonna hold on to. Is that an Aspen trophy? I'll hold on to that. Wait, what just hit me? Wow, really? Alright, I'll play your game. Gonna shoot arrows at me. Mine hurt a lot more. Alright, let's get my ass back in here. put this shit all away. And go look at what trophies I need. I should probably go out and find a bear. They added bears into the game. Feel like they went out of their way to do it. I should go out there and oblige them on it. Alright, let's see. See what these little fucking trinkets do. Let's see, we got nimble. Okay, withered bone and circling trophies. Okay, so these are both swamp. And then this, if I got a shaman head or a shaman head, and locks. Locks trophy, shaman trophy, shaman trophy rather. And of course I got brutes and regular ass grey dwarfs. Doesn't help. Wait, I'm out of resin. Oh. Time to scrape the bong, man. Get more resin. This is all just crap. I swear I had more trophies laying around here somewhere. Yep, I got a shaman trophy. I don't have any locks trophies though. Alright, let's go see what metals I need for it. And 5 bronze. I bet you I don't have any goddamn bronze. I've got 4 bronze. I have 10. Yeah, 10. Give me that copper. It's okay. I have to get up and well, I gotta get coffee. Okay, wait a minute. I just saw, here it is, Heart of the Forest. Increases health regen. I'll make that. Okay, so there we go. First of the new things. Iron brooch and that. Alright, I gotta get a locks trophy. Let's see. That can get put away. So can that. Put these other shit away. Coal can go outside. And make myself some, whatever the hell they were. I don't even remember now. Troll trophy. Some skulls. Definitely got some more flame metal. Flame metal. Who cares? It's flame metal. Actually, I got a bunch of flame metal. I'm shocked at how much flame metal I have. Alright, so let's go hunting the locks. Yeah, I'm all out of energy drinks. So I need to get myself some coffee. I will be right back. So funny enough, went to go get coffee and realized I have to make more. Fortunately, on the way back, I found out I still have one rock star left, so I'm in good shape. Oh shit. Thank you, Eugene. I didn't even realize my mic was off. Old headset, I have a flip up mic. New headset is a button, and I didn't even realize it till you said something. I've been talking this whole goddamn time like a retard to myself. My God. Wait, what are you bringing tidings for? What's Huggins got for us? Your grasp on it with pride and let its power course through you as you strike down your foes. Once your adrenaline reaches its peak, you should be rewarded. Okay, so I guess that gives me health regen after I kill so many things. Wow, I can't believe I just hit that shot. That's crazy. You thought you missed a pup announcement. No, my mic didn't cut out. I muted it when I got up to get coffee and then came back and like hopped back on the mic. I'm sitting there bullshitting and everything else because I'm like, well, the mic's down, and on the old mic, you have to flip it up to mute it. Like it swivels, so you swivel it up. So I'm like, oh, mic's down. I'm talking. So I just started talking. I'm like, yeah, Ian, that's a good question. Where would you want to travel and everything else? And like, I was like, Mister's definitely the one that you want to take advice from if you're traveling because that's pretty much all he ever does. And like, I'm sitting there interacting with you guys, and like, I'm just like, okay, well, everybody must not want to, listen to GAM. So next thing I know, it's like Eugene's like, is this mic muted? I'm like, oh well, shit. That explain it. You explaining to me. Now we just need Ivan to jump in Discord and get into the chat with me. So this way you guys will feel like you're on ABL. Or shooting heroin or something. Jesus Christ. I can honestly say, of all the drugs I've ever done, that is one I've not only A, not had a desire to, but if I ever found out somebody spiked anything I had with heroin, then I would be in jail for murder. And that's not alleged. Like, that, that would definitely carry a death sentence. All right, I'm seeing how this works. See that orange gauge? That is my trinket filling up. When it gets full, apparently I get a boost to whatever the trinket's doing. So that makes sense how that works. Oh, you son of a bitch. Now I went to get coffee, but there is none, and I was like, ah, shit, well, I can go throw some on in a little bit, I guess. But I found a rock star that I hadn't, that was just chilling in the fridge, and I'm like, oh. Alright, we got lox, pelt, and meat. Big fucking whoop-de-doo-dah. I just heard that later. I mean, cigarettes are technically more addictive than heroin. What's up, Zetrix? I don't even know what the fuck. It's like a GD something, 900 or something like this. It was on sale on. So, my normal headset is Astros, and I had picked up because I had never had them before. I used to, as far as headsets go, I always went with Turtle Beach. Thought they were the best on the market or whatever. Turtle Beach would break on me every 6 months. I'd say either the mic would go dead, um, Either the mic would die on it, one of the ear things would like stop working magically. So I stopped. I was like, I need an alternative. So I went with Astro A10s. They were like 40 or $50 when I got them. And awesome headset. Really enjoyed it or whatever. The only problem is I need a wired headset for because I was going to upgrade to the Astro A50s. The only thing is because they're wireless and I'm streaming through my PC, streaming my Xbox through my PC, I have to have a wired headset. It's got to be wired into the controller, or else my PC doesn't detect it for the Xbox app. So I was like, shit. Um, I need wired ones. So I just did the highest rated ones on Amazon, and I came across these, and they said that it's got like good, awesome mic pickup, 7.1 surround, like the whole 9 yards. Well, all right, let's give them a shot. They were $20. They're normally 40, but they were on sale, which had me a little leery. But 5-star rating on them. I gotta say, they are super comfortable. The mic pickup is really, really good to a point where it gets annoying. If I'm too close to my mouth at all, you can hear me breathing. Um, and the surround sound in them is unbelievable. It is just crazy as well. So they're GD 900s. I want to say they're called. Yeah, Zetrix. I definitely. Let me see. I think I might even say it on the side of them. Yeah, it's GD, like goddamn 900 is what they are. And like I said, I don't know if they're still on sale, but anybody who's looking for a decent, and they work on PlayStation 5, Xbox. They even came with a converter for like Xbox One controllers, but they work on Xbox Series X, which is what I'm on. Um, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, 5, PC. It's got like the USB port. What the fuck? Oh shit, that hurt. What the fuck is that thing? Oh, it's one of the new creatures. They're called the Vile. They're like undead bears. Well, that thing's big and angry. Oh my god, am I actually hitting that uphill? They fixed that. Nice. No longer having to bang it out on even ground is nice. Give me your wishbone. What kind of goodies do you drop? A vile rib cage, huh? What? What is all this shit? Ooh, one rib cage was heavy. Heavier than I thought it would be. No material. Bear hide. Loincloth of the bear. Vile bone rib cage. Vile bone maul claws. Ooh. And bear meat. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Have to make a set of that armor, see how it looks, see if it's sexy or not. Yeah, I think most of my road trips, everything else though, guys, yeah, I'm done with all that. My traveling, my traveling life is over. I had my adventures when I was younger, but yeah, I'm an old fart now, as David clearly likes to remind me on a pretty consistent basis. There's only old parts in South Carolina. Depends on which part you're in. Tell you this much. Have you really never been to South Carolina, mister? And of course, David's laughing, you son of a bitch. I at least one thing I can say about you, David, you are younger generation, but at least you got some kind of goddamn intelligence and spine to you. I won't repeat the exact words you used, but you called somebody a soft C next Tuesday. You had me dead laughing. I'm like, oh God. I was like, wow. Tell me what you really think. Where's my portal off this way? Wow. So, South Carolina, like near where I live, Hilton Head Island, the beaches are nice. Um, it looks nice. It's a pain in the ass travel wise because it's a tourist trap. Myrtle Beach, as long as you stay in the tourist areas, is kind of nice. It's definitely a resort town, all that. A lot if you're younger, tons of bars, tons of nightlife to enjoy, all that kind of stuff. Do not go outside of the tourist area. It's like it's like meth head central. It like really is. Um, and stay the hell out of Myrtle Beach during any of the bike weeks. Bike Week, Biker Week. You have Biker Week and Black Bike Week. That shit is like the crime is rampant. Like it gets really fucking bad. Grew up in Hilton Head. Yeah, Hilton Head is. I mean, it wasn't always that ritzy, but lately it's become one of the biggest destinations. Like if you like playing golf or whatever, they hold Heritage down here every year, which just drives in like, oh Christ, out of town people. Like we always call them the Torons. And then if you're a Marine and had to go to Paris Island is probably about 20 minutes away from where I live too. It's like the next county over. So there's a lot of people. It's like, oh yeah, my kid's at Paris Island. I'm like, oh really? Like that's right down the road. Like 20 minutes away from me. But it's all right down here. Um, definitely quiet. Definitely, definitely slower pace, so to speak. Everything down here is slow. Like if you're used to the hustle and bustle of a city or whatever, you're gonna be bored as shit unless you're trying to get away from everything. But yeah, barbecue's phenomenal down here. Pizza, dear lord, just forget it. Like definitely not getting pizza and stay the hell away from Chinese food. Chinese food definitely not good. And I mean by choice, and I think I've told everybody this, by choice I moved out to the country. That's exactly what I was looking for right here. All right, let's get rid of. Why the hell do I have that on me? That's definitely going to take up some weight. I don't think I need any of this other crap, but I'll pick it up anyway. Whatever I can carry, get out. Actually, you know what? I don't even need this lox meat. Bear meat. The sun down here isn't the problem. Like, yeah, I don't know. When I was younger, I would go to California damn near every summer, right up until I got shot. That's a whole different story. But California had some really nice, really like I can understand why people want to live in California outside of all the homelessness, taxes, and all that shit. Just like if you want to go to some place that's really, as far as environment goes, amazing environment. The cost of living, not so good. Let's see, I might as well put this bear meat away too. Actually, you know what? I'm going to cook up one of them and eat it and see what it does. What the hell did I... Is that all bear meat? Did I just fuck up? I don't even know. I know you've not heard that story. I don't talk about it. Yeah, yeah, it was a graze more than actually like, oh, they had to dig the bullet out of me and I was in surgery. But yes, I got shot in the knee when I was 16. Hanging out with the wrong crowd and thinking I was tougher than I was. And I got lucky. I got grazed. And yeah, it hurts as bad as you think. But yeah, I've not talked about that on stream. I There might be a couple people in the chat that I've mentioned it to. Somebody like my buddy Bubba, he'd remember when it happened. That was when we were first hanging out. Um, as far as like real life goes, David might know. I might have told David about it, or Rogue, or one of those guys. I might have discussed it before. I think I've discussed it with Smurf at one point. But yeah, I don't even tell that story because I've been stabbed, shot. I've been beaten up by six guys with a baseball bat. Car accident, 65 miles an hour head on. Had my heart broken more times than I can count, and I'm still alive. Yeah, my daughter who dropped in. Well, no, you weren't here. I don't think Thursday, were you, Ian? Or no, Sunday. But yeah, my daughter, she lives up in Washington in Portland. As a matter of fact, Sheree, I got to give you her damn. I think I did put up one of her shorts. She just started her own YouTube channel or whatever. She's been she's been riding dirt bikes on a mountain out in Washington State, and I guess one of the people has like a GoPro, and she's been putting up all that stuff. Yep, goddamn greatest goddamn fucking mod on these interwebs. Like, yeah, my daughter, blah blah blah, and Sheree just posts it. Yeah, Washington State is beautiful. Yes, I was in Walla Walla, Washington, out there. I'm definitely saying rest in peace. That's not sarcasm. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I don't care if you agreed with him, if you didn't agree with him, whatever. Nobody deserves to get shot like that. Eh, yes, yeah, Lieutenant Scooby. I Yeah, that's legit. I'm politically neutral, but I don't think anybody should get shot like that, especially not in front of their kid. That's that's beyond screwed up. Like, regardless if you agreed with them, didn't agree with them, that's jacked up. But no, it's not sarcasm. Like, I don't think anybody should be shot like that. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, not out of disagreement. I think I think there's conversations to be had on every side of whatever. But yeah, it's not sarcasm. Like, you can tell me a good reason why you think he should have been shot. Like, what was destructive in his message, or he did some evil or some shit. Okay, but if you can't, then tell me why he deserves to be shot. Like, would it be all right if that were your dad that got shot in front of you? I don't think that's. Let's see. What is this next medallion thing we got to make? All right. I need Lox Pelt, Lox, and Black Metal. Should probably display these things when I'm making them too. I didn't know he was taller than Trump. What is he, like 6'5"? I mean, that's just it. If anything, right? They should they should mourn the fall of a worthy adversary at the very least. I would think. And quick health burst. Okay, so clubs and blunt. That's what that one does. Yeah, I mean, 6'5". Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, here's the other thing. What happens to the people that were there that watched them get shot? Like people that were there asking them questions and stuff. What happens to their mental health? Like you just watch somebody die in front of you in a brutal fashion. Like I don't know. That's gotta fuck with you. I mean, I can't go too deep into it. But seeing somebody die, shit's dark. Yeah, all those people. Like, I mean, now there's people that are the one that I heard because hammering through trying to hear eyewitness accounts, and there really wasn't anything out about it except for, and of course, Fox News. The one dude, Jason Chaffetz, tastes like victory. Nice. Um, he like apparently saw the whole thing, and it definitely you could hear it. Like he was like crying. It jacked him up. Definitely some dark shit. All right, I need to go to the swamp. Well, that's okay. So that's one of my fears right there. Is what you just said, Zetrix sets a precedent in their minds. If you have that, if you had similar opinions, you might be next because people are crazy out there. Um, yeah, about that. That's part of the problem is what happens if the guy people on the right, like the actual hard fringe right, not reasonable people we're talking about here, but fringe. Let's say they're just like, oh, you know what? They're willing to kill us. Why don't we kill them before they kill us? What if that's the precedent it sets? And next thing you know, you've got violence setting off violence. Like that shit can get ugly. It'll get ugly real quick. Bone fragments, skeleton stuff, abomination trophies, skulls. Yeah, it does sound like a civil war. Damn, dude. That's that conspiracy theory right there. But I don't like the whole thing is I won't do the fucking Tim Pool thing on that one either. Like I wouldn't want it to happen because then Tim Pool will claim credit for it like he's Alex Jones. Like, um, but yeah, exactly. That's Civil War, and you're looking at wartime powers, all kinds of shit like that. That can get ugly so fucking quick. I don't want that shit to happen. I don't want to see the country like torn in half. And like, people shouldn't be delighting in somebody's death. That's even more disturbing to me. Like, oh, it's pretty funny if he dies. Like, I don't wish for anybody's death outside of pedophiles. Those guys, yep, just line them up. If you're complaining about how much it costs to line them up, well, then try and get as many of them together and get a higher powered rifle. But outside of that, that's about it. That's about the only thing that I don't give a shit what happens to them. Oh, got the leech trophy. All right, cool. Now I just need a Certling trophy. Tim Civil War pool. No, I mean that's just it. Everybody's a tough guy and everybody's rough and all this shit right up until the point you get shot or you see someone get shot. It'll change your fucking perspective real quick on violence. And if you think it's cool and all that other kind of stuff, you'll find out real quick if that shit happens to you in person. Like, it'll definitely change your mind about things. In Bosnia or Serbia, yeah, yeah, some dark shit. I mean, but that's just it. There's all kinds of shit that happens that you're right, Mister. Like Americans are kind of ignorant. Like certain histories, they get ignorant on. Hell, Americans are ignorant of their own history in certain cases. Like I know I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to different spots. Like if you ask me what was going on with, I can't remember what were the two countries that just came to peace recently, and they've been fighting for like 30 years. Rwanda and is it Algeria? If you ask me what happened over there, I couldn't fucking tell you. But yeah, I am definitely afraid of retaliation, and those that are taking the most glee in it are the ones that are going to have the biggest targets on their ass, too, for any kind of retaliation, and that worries me. Like, that legitimately worries me. I don't know if they're fighting over the hotel. Maybe it was to have Don Cheadle come and lead them or something. I'm not sure, Mister. But I know it had something to do with Don Cheadle. Well, I mean, you're not wrong, Charlie Kirk. The whole thing is, it kind of signals to me that if you could have just beat the man in a fucking argument, like, then maybe he didn't have to die. But if you weren't putting up a good argument on him, then he's going to beat you every time. Just out argue him. Like, your speech, that I always say this. You don't want less speech. You always want more. Make somebody explain their position and why they feel the way they do. And if they can't and they just run away, then they're a fucking coward. Like they're not even worth your time at that point. There's too many people that like, oh well, you don't see things my way, then I can't speak with you. Well, that's because you're a bitch. You were probably raised by bitches. Your dad's a bitch, probably. That's not my fault. Like, argue your point. All right, what's this? Increased health regen. Health gain. Alright, I'll keep this one on. That's cool. We'll put that one away. And Certling head, but I know there's more than just those 3 trinkets. What the fuck are you talking about, Eugene? Wait, hold on. I know you're being a smartass, by the way, mister. I was feeding into your joke, bud. Dude, I glanced down, mister, at your next thing where you said at Media, I've only read about the Tito Yugoslavia post. I thought it said tits Yugoslavia or Yugoslavia stuff. I'm like, what the hell's the tits Yugoslavia? Get some rest, Bob. And what the hell are you talking about, Eugene? A UFO being hit by a missile? What UFO hit by a missile? Yeah, you're not wrong, Maddie. That's 1,000% right. Point to free speech is not speech you agree with. If you can stand for it when it's shit you don't want to hear, that's then you're on the side of free speech. If somebody's telling you something that you don't want to hear, well, then like that you should be able to defend that even harder. I'm like, I hear this growling. It's my dog snoring. I'm like, what the hell is that growl? Like, I'm looking around at the game, like, what the fuck's coming to kill me now? Is there some other new animal I didn't know about? But no, it's just the puppers. Wait. Okay, hold on a second. Now I can squeak the brakes a little bit for a second here. Yeah, whenever they bring up UFO stuff, usually it feels like a distraction. Um, in the hearing, they showed an energy orb getting hit by a Hellfire missile and just bouncing off. Wait, what? What hearing? Yeah, I mean, and you're not wrong, Ian. At 31, I was still chasing tail of getting drunk and going to work, so and getting baked all the time. So yeah, definitely smarter than I was, and more informed about things. What hearing? An energy orb. You just seen all. You just saw that all yesterday. All right. Well, now I got to see this. God damn it. pause the game real quick. I'm just going to type in energy orb hellfire missile. See what the hell comes up. Oh, so it was during a congressional hearing on UAPs or UFOs. An energy orb hellfire missile is not an actual weapon system, but instead a descriptive term for an event seen in the footage. The video shows a standard AGM 114 hellfire missile being fired in an unidentified aerial phenomenon off the coast of Yemen. An MO9 Reaper drone launched a Hellfire missile at an orb-shaped UAP. The footage, which reportedly dates to October 30th, 2024, was released publicly during the hearing. According to journalist George Knapp and other witnesses, the missile struck the orb and just bounced right off, with the UAP continuing its course seemingly undamaged. Expert testimony, witnesses, and lawmakers at the hearing included former military intelligence officer Matthew Nucatelli testified that no known U.S. technology could survive a Hellfire missile strike in such a manner. The hearing was part of an ongoing effort. Alright, I get what the fucking Hellfire missile is. So, was this footage from the drone itself? It's not telling me where the footage is from. It was overlooking it, so it was a second drone that was with, like, that's fucking, it's actually kind of fucking scary. It was black and white. Also, Hellfire missiles have a variety of payloads, so let's not assume. No, no, no. It didn't have to be a big explosive kind. But if it hit it and it didn't, like, it didn't explode, like, if they shot directly at it with a Hellfire missile, it could have been a little explosion. It doesn't fucking matter. The thing should have detonated on impact. Especially if they were directly firing at something on purpose. Like, you would set the missile, you wouldn't just dumb fire a missile into it, like a dummy missile. You know what I mean? If you were trying to take down a UAP or a UFO or anything actually up in restricted airspace to a point where you launch, matter of fact, you know what? Let me fucking look at this shit. How much does a Hellfire missile cost? Oh, let's see. How much does a Hellfire missile cost? So, just to get to put this in full context, when you fire a Hellfire missile, the AGM 114 Hellfire missiles vary significantly, but the bottom end of the range of money you're spending to fire that missile, the missile itself cost anywhere from $70,000 to $150,000. So you're telling me that they had to have known it was something. You would know right away because if it's in black and white, it's probably a forward-looking infrared, so a FLIR system. At that point, you would have seen the entire screen would have flashed like bright white if it had exploded. Yeah, so That's telling me, and it's actually fucking scary. If that was actual military footage, like U.S. military footage, you don't fire a missile at anything because of the cost assessment on it, unless you were trying to take it out of sensitive airspace. Why would you like a $70,000? We're going low end here because 70,000, 150,000. If it's $70,000 Hellfire missile, that's pretty damn credible. That it was. You can't say exactly what that energy orb is, but the fact it bounced off and didn't detonate, that's even weirder. Like dumbfiring a missile, you just don't do it. You get a good lock and you let that fucker loose. But yeah, that's one of those cases. Was there anything else that came out of that shit, or was it just like I'll tell you in a skiff? Because that's always the big. I'll tell you in a skiff. That's when you know it's some bullshit. Like, oh yeah, we got to go in a skiff for me to tell you this. Like, man, withered bones and 5 iron, huh? I better have withered bones on hand. I hope I didn't use them all to go fight bone mass. Yep, withered bones and iron. Holy shit. Yeah, how did I not see that? I usually, anything with UFO nerdy shit usually comes onto my radar pretty damn quick. That's that's definitely fucking crazy. Hellfire Ninja, isn't that the one with all the blades that it's actually gravity driven and like you drop it and it spins like a fucking like a blender and just chops up whatever's under it? Well, that's just it. The whole thing is if they were operating militarily in a space that is kind of sensitive, like say they were doing a flyover in, I don't know, we'll just throw a place out there that is sensitive, Iran or something like this, and kind of, well, let's just say spying on them, something to that extent, then they can't tell you what airspace it's in or whatever. I would love to know what airspace it was in, though. Yep. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, mister. They used one of those on, God, no, it wasn't Soleimani. There was somebody that they used that shit on, though, recently. Like in recent memory, they dropped that fucking hellfire, and that shit, like, he was like out on a balcony of his house and it dropped down and just like and like cut him into bits. Fucking brutal, dude. Actually, let's see. I need a Fenring trophy, Stone Golem trophy, Bowling Berserker trophy, Gajal trophy. Huh. I know I've got a Jaw trophy. Like looking up these trinkets to see what else we got. What else can I make? Yep, here we go. Okay, Seeker Trophy, Resounding Shackle, Brimstone, Molten Core, so a quick burst of both health and stamina. Pulsates, earrings. That's pretty cool. Let's see, where are my trophies? I know I have at least one of these. Yeah, I do. There's that. Oh shit, I had a Surtling trophy, didn't even notice it. Bone Maw trophy, don't need that. What the hell's this? Oh. Kirahapa trophy. Morgan trophy. Damn, I swear to God I had a secret trophy somewhere. There we go. Secret trophy. Definitely going to need these. Alright, so I can make the Seeker one and the other one too. Speak the truth. So, like George Knapp and what's his name? Jeremy Corbell. The two of them, Mandible Scale and Eiter. Like they do something. Is it called Unredacted? They do a show on YouTube, and I want to say it's called Unredacted. I could be wrong, but they'll go in and they'll show different videos, different UFOs, shit like this. They'll have people on that, like one was a whistleblower. Um, they'll have like all these different people on or what have you, and just go over like, oh, look at this, look at that, look at the other thing. Like there was one that was like this, supposedly a jellyfish going across a marine base, and it looked fake as shit to me. And they were like, oh yeah, you know, this is a big thing. So some of the stuff that they get looks like bullshit to me. But then every now and again, they'll have something like, if it's actual military whistleblower leak, I'm going to say it's got a 10%, 90-10, 90% chance it's bullshit, 10% chance it could be real. Anything outside of that, stuff that's like civilian, a better chance that it's going to be bullshit than real. Like it's going to be like 99% of the time it's just going to be total bullshit. Like people like to fuck with people. It's the only way I can describe it. They like screwing around with you and telling you like, oh yeah, I saw an alien and I saw that, or you know, a UFO and all this kind of stuff. When it comes from the military, um, one of the one of the best ones, I think, best stories out of the military I've heard yet. The one that always hits me as the most credible story has to be, and I'm trying to remember the fucking guy's name. What was old buddy's name? Commander David Fravor, I think his name is. Yeah, Commander Fravor. And the main reason why is because he didn't really give a shit about it. Like, well, he cared about it, but he just kind of blew it off. He was like, "Yeah, we didn't know what the hell it was." Definitely outperformed all, but he was like a legitimate flight commander for a long ass time. They usually don't lie about that stuff. Oh shit! How long ago was that though, Eugene? Like a week ago, 2 days ago? Like the Kanye West people. This is one I don't think the Kanye West people orchestrated. I just unless unless it was Ben Shapiro who put a hit on him for outperforming them at school campuses, then I'm not seeing it. I knew I had a jaw head around here. There it is. Like, that's the only person I can even think of. Actually, yeah, you're not wrong, mister. Well, yeah, unidentified flying object, right? You don't know what the hell it is. Aliens are a whole different matter. Yeah, so I know you're joking, but you're technically right. Um, aliens, proof of aliens. I don't, unless we have something that I'm not aware of. The big thing would to me would be I would need the DNA evidence of it. It'd have to have like completely like offset chromosomes or something for me to buy it. Like aliens to me is going to be a real hard fucking thing to prove. UAPs on the other hand, like unidentified aerial phenomenon, I can buy that. I can buy that there's shit out there we don't know what it is. Maybe it's military tech that's not not been documented. That kind of thing. Maybe it's interdimensional stuff. Who knows? Fucking knows. But there's definitely shit that I've seen that I can't scientifically explain. I mean, Mister, is there stuff out there that you've seen that you just can't explain? And don't tell me about meth heads from West Virginia or some shit. Yeah, if it was, dude, that's actually. I just read that second comment and the joke didn't land at first, and I get it now. That's actually fucking hysterical, Mister. Yeah, I just Ben Shapiro. I can't. I can't with that dude. He's he you got to give him credit. He can definitely put spin on things, but yeah, just I can't with him. I can't deal with his shit. What the fuck? What did I just do with the damn sulfur? Did it go in here? It did. Shit. Alright, so we got this trinket too. So that's just it. Interdimensional, as in demons. What if they're one and the same? I mean, I don't know. What if they're just human beings that learned, like went through a time warp or something? You never know. That's why I would want to see the DNA. Ben doesn't do a live chat anymore. You mean like college campuses, or you mean like online? He sounds like he swallowed a helium tank. I can't stand him. He does sound like a chipmunk that snorted a couple rails of coke. Um, yeah, see, that's just it, Mister. It could just be some kind of tech that they've been working on for 20 years. I worked on tech, dear Lord, 2000, 2001, that I've seen implemented, but it not maybe like 5 years ago I saw it implemented. And I was like, well, no shit. They kept working on it. I thought they canceled that. And definitely saw exactly what I had seen amped up and not finished product either. It still was in development from what I could see. But I definitely saw the military using it. And I was like, really? Like, I thought you guys canceled that shit a while ago. So there's definitely projects out there that I'm sure they've been working on for a long time. They just had to either work through the science behind the idea or they had to get it to perfection. So it's a possibility. I mean, as far as we know, mainstream science can't explain gravity in full. They think it's based on mass, right? And we know that in theory, you would need the gravity of a supernova or a star going supernova and creating a black hole, that gravity well that's left behind, you would need that kind of gravity to be able to warp time space so that you could travel through it. But if they were doing it in secret, maybe they figured it out. Maybe they got the theory down and the actual science behind it now. Who knows? Wait, Ben Shapiro did a thing tonight. Was it talking about Charlie Kirk or was it just. Oh, so they shut down like basically the comments on his shit, Eugene, on YouTube. I haven't watched Ben Shapiro in a long time. Like I haven't watched anything to do with Daily Wire in a long time. Like a very, very long time now that I'm thinking about it. Like I've seen different little clips that somebody else is talking about and they'll have the clip of it up, but I haven't seen his actual show. So when his show comes out, there's no longer a live chat. So, okay, see, that makes sense to me, mister. So basically, because everybody that was going into his chat was either saying something anti Semitic or saying something about Israel, and they cut that shit. Put these two trinkets in here. All right, what other shit do I need? Well, Michael Knowles is, as far as I know, isn't he like fundamental Christian, or no, that might be Matt Wall. I don't know. I can't remember the all the assholes out of the group, but Ben Shapiro is very thin-skinned when it comes to criticism over Israel that he can't defend. Like, he's all good money if he is talking about some of the stuff that's happening over in Israel, and he has a spin to it. But there's certain things that are just simply not defensible about it. Objectively, just not defensible at all. I need to go find a bear. I can turn this off. Come on, turn off. There it goes. So they're both Catholic. I knew there was some kind of fundamental Christian. Um, yeah, see, Maddie's like, after what they did to Candace. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely did. And we still don't know the whole story. And the shittiest part about anything to do with Candace is the fact that he like called her out and said, "Well, if you want to talk about it or whatever," I think he went on Piers Morgan, if I remember correctly, and was like, "If you want to talk about, she should come out and tell everything that happened and all this kind of stuff. It's not for me to talk about." And then Candace on her show turned around and said, "They put me under an NDA. I'm not allowed to discuss it." So that was kind of a chicken shit move in my point of view. It's like, go ahead, she can tell you all about it. Oh, she said something about it. We're suing your ass off because you have an NDA. Like, man, that's some punk shit. Yeah, I hear you, Ian. I don't watch Tim Pool, and like, I definitely wanted to see what he had to say about it for a minute there. And I watched maybe it was like half hour video. I want to say I watched maybe 6 minutes of it, 7 minutes of it before I turned it off because then he just started doing his Tim Pool thing. But at first, he was like when he was talking, yeah, like he started crying and stuff. I was like, all right, this is kind of interesting. Like you're actually showing some emotion here, and you might get into some logistics stuff and all that. And then that was pretty much it. I will tell you now that all eyes are probably on Cash Patel, Dan Bongino. I mean, Pam Bondi isn't really doing anything. Like, she's just DOJ. She's just going to charge the motherfucker, right? But Dan Bongino, Cash Patel, all eyes are going to be on them because if they don't catch this guy and fast, it's going to look like they are completely incompetent in their positions. Like, you have the whole botch with the Epstein files, and then, oh, mainstream dude gets clipped live in front of a crowd, and you didn't catch the actual suspect or right guy within, I'm going to say 72 hours. If they don't nail the guy out in 72 hours, whoever did this, and who knows, maybe it's a guy, maybe it's a woman, right? It may not even be a guy. I'm going to say it's a guy because it just doesn't feel like, well, who knows? I could be wrong. But I definitely think it was a guy. Like my gut's just telling me it was a dude. Um, but if you don't catch this person that assassinated him, then yeah, you are gonna look so fucking incompetent. It's not even funny. As Mister would say, I should have sent it to the Marx Brothers. Kind of level of incompetence. Hey, Mr. Troll, what's up? How you doing? Oh, don't swing that shit at me. Fucking bastard. That's what you get. Swinging around big old trees at people. I was just walking here, walked up and said hello to you. Maybe it's a guy that thinks it's a woman. I mean, it's possible. I mean, like I said, whoever did it, they definitely practiced. They were definitely like if it comes out like, oh yeah, we caught the guy. He has no fucking training whatsoever and bought this rifle a day before he did this. I'm not gonna buy it like at all. He would have had to take that shit and zero the scope to get that good of a shot off. Oh, a bear. Hi, Mr. Bear. Oh, that wasn't as fun as I thought it was going to be. Actually, that kind of sucked. There we go. Bear paw, patterns of the bear, paws of the bear. Interesting. I don't think I got a trophy out of it. I just got some paws. Keep looking around out here. Maybe there's another one chilling. I mean, like with Crooks, when he shot Trump, you had all the Secret Service there, so he was pretty much toast. Like, he was not getting out of there. Charlie Kirk, obviously, they didn't have security. Well, if they did, needed better security. That security definitely wasn't too secure. But still, something about the whole thing. Like, I guarantee you the FBI could probably tell me what I had for lunch today, right? But they can't find a dude or a chick that was planning on shooting him. Like, there's no other eyewitness. There's no other camera. There's no other person with a cell phone or anything else when those shots went off that, like, saw him at all. They just got off the roof, got right to their car, and got the fuck out. There's always somebody with a camera that sees everything, even if it's just in the background. And that's just it. Like, Mister's got it right. Like, I'm right there with Mister. There's something about this that feels. It doesn't feel like an amateur, like, college kid that was like, I got this fucking crazy idea. I'm going to go and I'm going to take out Charlie Kirk. It feels like, okay, I plotted this out for a long ass time in this particular spot. I'm getting paid for this. I'm like, it feels almost military, if that makes sense. Like, it feels like a pro sniper was up there and took him out, or a pro hitman, something. Like, there's something wrong. Like, and Mister's right that it does. Like, that's what has. Oh, maybe I'm completely fucking wrong. Maybe it's just some asshole that's a lunatic that fucking set up, got lucky, and we're gonna find a manifesto a week from now. Or the FBI is going to come out with some manifesto, and it's like, yeah, I really wanted to have a vajayjay, and I was born with a one-eyed Willie, and he always insulted my kind and all this kind of weird shit, or Satan will be proud of me, or fuck all Catholics, or you know this is all because of for Gaza, or some shit like this, right? I don't think so. I i have a weird feeling like whoever did it already has their tracks covered and is probably on their way out of the goddamn country or some weird shit like that. Or is like, yep, job well done. You know, you can that was your mission, you hit it and you're done. Like something does not feel right about this shit at all. Yeah, and that's my whole thing. Rogue said it when he was in here earlier. They zeroed that scope to that exact distance to the point that he was going to be sitting at. The first thing that, and granted, I feel like an asshole right now because I feel like I'm Monday morning quarterbacking or something. But I'm guessing the first thing they probably would do in the investigation is look through footage when they were setting up the stage and everything else. And like I said, this is just a guesstimate, but my hunch is they are going to look through footage. They're setting up the stage and all that kind of stuff, and you're going to see one guy walking around with either a hoodie, a hat pulled down low, where it's just obscuring his face enough, and him like sitting there like, "Oh, are you testing sound?" "Yeah, I'm testing sound." And it's going to be like a rangefinder or something. What the fuck? What is a seeker doing in the fucking forest? Is that a fucking bear? That is a bear. That's what I was looking for. Hey, you little fuckers, leave him alone. That's my bear. Hey, I try to save your ass and you're going to hit me? I'll kill you too. Alright, let's see. We got bear parts. Bear hide. Beat the shit out of you guys. Ah, fucking wolf just ran in at me. God damn it. All I need is a bear trophy. I don't need stone. Don't need metal. Definitely don't need resin. Probably don't need this wood either. Let's pick up all this bullshit just laying around. Let's see if there is anything here. Don't need your trophy. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Anything else? Grey dwarf eyes. Yeah, I'll take them. Nada. Not a fucking thing. Throw this wood out too. I don't really need that. Buke berries. They can go away. Actually, I can go up on the mountain at night and look and see if I can find a ferret and a fin ring. Oh yeah. Make sure I don't die while doing this. But yeah, something does. Something feels like Black Ops government, and the mob is pretty much defunct at this point, so I can't even say like Hitman. But most Hitmen, well, allegedly that I knew, were ex-military anyway. Were in the military for a little bit and then got out, and that was what they did. bottom of San Diego. So I could believe that. I can't hit the side of a barn with a fucking shotgun. Like, I'm a terrible fucking shot. Guns definitely are not my thing, like, at all. I never, like, when I was a kid, I was lethal with one. As an adult, yeah, I just, not my thing. Not my bag. I've always been more, as an adult, it's always, well, late teenage years to adult was always blades. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. But like I said, the shot, like either he got extremely lucky with the shot then. The shooter either got very lucky with the shot or they were a fucking precision marksman for where they hit him. Like it is that shot is a lethal shot. The only way it would be more lethal would be dead center of the forehead or center mass of the heart. It's the only way that shot could have been any better. If you were trying to do exactly what he did. You think he'll be caught for sure? Goes to the end of San Diego into Mexico? Ooh, well, I mean, that is a that's a big area to dragnet. The only thing is, it would also be see, like first thing you do is get rid of the weapon. So the weapon would definitely you would lose that shit in a New York second, as we used to say back in the day. Sometimes New York minute, but I always preferred New York second. I don't think I found a Golem trophy here either. Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, I'm not sure of the layout. Like Medi, it's actually good because, well, you're out there, you know. I mean, not good that this shit even happened, but actually happy you dropped in the chat because you would know the layout of the land. Like, let me put it this way: somebody got assassinated out in New Jersey, out in the Pine Barren area. I'd be like, oh yeah, the layout of this is, and this is how you could pull this off or whatever. I'd be able to tell you real fast, like, oh yeah. But yeah, Utah, definitely not my area at all of knowing what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, they really did fix the combat in this. I'm hitting them up the hill and everything. Like I'm fighting them on the mountain. What the fuck? Did I blow him up like that? That was crazy. That fucker just blew up. I don't think I found any golem heads out of that one either. I mean, look, I know people that could make that shot at 200 yards without even batting an eyelash. Especially if they had zeroed their scope. Hip shot or something like that, no. But a rifle shot from that distance, I know people that can put, from 200 yards, put a round through a flea's ass. Like, I definitely know some people that have some skill. But at the same point in time, the whole thing didn't feel. It didn't. I mean, we can all agree it was premeditated, right? Like, definitely whoever pulled this was like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I trained up for 2 months for this, all that kind of stuff. So, like Mister said, if there's a gun range, there's definitely somebody who knows something within that distance. There's also, one of the big differences between a professional and an amateur. One of the main ones I've noticed out of all this shit, not just like how good the shot is or any of that stuff. The amateur always wants credit for the shot if it's a good one. A professional doesn't even want you to know he was there. An amateur fucking runs their mouth and brags about it. Oh yeah, Charlie Kirk thing? Yeah, it was me. Could be to a pretty girl, could be to other guys in a bar, could be to, a relative, whatever. But they always want somebody to know it was them. Like they want that credit for it. Yeah, I mean the easy escape route. I've often said this about anybody who's pulling a crime. Um, and I may have been said it on here, but if you're going to pull a crime allegedly, you need to plan to be caught. You don't plan to get away with it. You plan to get caught. And because of that, it tells you everything that is going to get you caught. Does that make sense? Did I say that where do I sound like a complete asshole when I say that, or do you guys understand what I mean? It's always the ones that say, "Oh, we won't get caught." They're the ones who get caught every fucking time. It's the one that's always like, "I'm going to get caught. I need to be cautious about this." That they're the ones who get away with it. Well, that's the other thing. What do we know that they have? Another thing an amateur does, right? An amateur shooter like this, one of the things that they would do is leave behind the casing, the shell casing. If it was a professional, they took it with them. So, and like you said, that's another telling thing. One shot, one shot, one kill, allegedly, is the motto. If it had been multiple shots fired off in quick succession and they hit in a close grouping, okay, amateur. One shot, dead nuts in the carotid artery. Hell, even if it had hit him in the throat, and pretty much done, like game over. I still can't believe the fucking video of that shit was. Shout out to David again for getting that video. Yeah, I couldn't believe he got me that fucking video as quick as he did. He's just like, you want video of it? It's graphic as fuck. I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. I wanted to see the angle, everything else that that bullet came in at. And looking at it, I was just like, oh God. Because he was still, like, when David sent me the video, not only had I only found out, like, what, 15 minutes before that he had been shot, but they're like, he's in critical but stable condition. And then, like I said, the one medical professional told me, yeah, he got hit in the carotid artery. That's like instant death. Blah 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 blah. Like there's no way he's making out of it. And then next thing you know, it was like Trump put out that tweet that he was dead, and that was pretty much the confirmation. Oh, okay. Found it, but won't let me send it. Okay, so yeah, thank you, Maddie. Thank you for confirming. I'm making sure I'm explaining that correctly. Like it's loose lips sink ships, all that kind of stuff. But it is. It's always the ones that need credit. Always the ones that are like, I'll get away with it. Nobody can, especially you pulled that shit off. Like at this point in time, if you've got the FBI chasing its own tail, you really want to brag about that shit. An unstable, undisciplined person doesn't, that's how they react to a situation like this. Somebody who is intelligent and doing a job, they stay in control the entire time. I think it might have been Mister. I think I figured it out, guys. It may have been Mister. He left a note. They have a note. It said it was Mister that did it. Kidding, Mister. I'm kidding. No, yeah. The whole thing is, soon as I saw arterial blood, I'm like, it's over. Like that's you. The blood loss to the brain is almost immediate. Let's say he even did survive. Let's say, because I guarantee you that shit hit his spine too. He wouldn't want to be alive anymore. He'd be like Stephen Hawking in a fucking chair at that point. Like, yeah, I saw the mainstream media. Well, that's all JB Pritzker. That was what he put out. Eugene. He said something about Trump's rhetoric has ratcheted up political violence or some shit. And it was like, really? You guys are trying to blame Trump for this shit? For some fucking wackadoo? Because they don't want just the messaging on it. Just picture the fucking messaging on this shit. Damn, there actually are quite a few bears out here, considering this is my third one. Just think about the messaging on that. Democrats are killing their political opponents. Where people that oppose their ideology, they're hunting us down. They got to try and blame it on Trump, but there is no blame it on Trump in this case. Hell, if anything, Trump would probably be the first one who doesn't want anybody assassinated after what happened to him. He probably had PTSD if they showed him the video. I don't know if they actually showed him the video. That's got to give him like PTSD. Holy shit, there's a swamp biome here too. Yeah, Jen Psaki. Yeah, there's no trust in that chick. One, because she's a ginger without a soul. Two, the moment that she got cut a deal by MSNBC, she was like, "Yeah, fuck Joe Biden, I'm out." She fucking. I give her a lot of credit for being a spin doctor and a very good one. But yeah, there's no spin out of this. Like you can't spin this out. You can't say this was anybody's fault outside of fucking people calling other people they don't agree with Nazis, terrorists, whatever. It doesn't work. It's the same way, like, we had this discussion, and it sucks, David, that hopefully, I don't even know if David's still in here, but we had this discussion the other day. I'm like, yeah, next time David's in here, and I was going to save this for if you're watching tomorrow, about them arresting a bunch of people in the UK for walking down the street and swinging UK flags and calling them racist and all kinds of shit. And I'm like, stranded life form, shout out to her. Couldn't believe it. She goes, how are they arresting people for flying the flag of their own country? And it was like, yeah, David's in here. You got to ask him about it. With all this Charlie Kirk stuff, kind of slipped everybody's mind. But yeah, yeah, it's just it's insane lately. Little Red Lion Hood. Oh yeah, that shit's going federal. Yeah, it's going to federal. It's got to. I mean, you're talking political violence, right? You have the feds involved in the investigation. They're not going to leave this to the Utah. This has already gone beyond that. This is going to be a nationwide manhunt. The other thing is, does that college, do they get funded by the government? Whole fucking thing is just goddamn is it fucked up. I mean, I so this goes back to that whole argument, Maddie. They'll be doing the same here. They won't be able to do the same here. If they start arresting people for flying the American flag and stuff like that, let's say a Democrat got into office and they started doing that shit, you would have a major uprising. Like a massive uprising. Because, well, we have guns. Everybody mistakes our Second Amendment. Part of the reason we have it is in case the government becomes so corrupted that we have to overthrow it again. Gun free zones. Yeah, you're probably right, mister. You're probably right. Jesus fucking Christ. Ah. Oh, I was going to go into this school and shoot it up, but I just saw the sign. It says gun free zones. So, yep, that changed my whole plan. I'm going to go put the gun back in the truck. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna go home. I quit. I'm done. You guys have shown me the error of my ways. Get the fuck. But yeah, I definitely, I, I do. I have that bad feeling too. Like Ian, you're sure they're gonna catch the guy. I have this fucked up feeling that they're gonna catch the wrong guy. I have this weird feeling that the shooter, the real shooter, isn't gonna get caught. They're gonna catch some fucking. The best way I can describe it is just some fucking blue-haired weirdo, and be like, "Oh yeah, it was me." Like he's gonna come out, he's gonna admit to the crime, like the whole 9 yard. Like they're gonna break him in interrogation in like 30 seconds or some shit. Like just all the stuff that should be the red flags. I don't know the way everything's going lately. Maybe there's going to be a plot twist in this. And you guys ready for what the plot twist is this time? It's going to be like plot twist. The shooter was Jeffrey Epstein. He was never dead, and Charlie Kirk was going to expose it, and he had to silence him. Yeah, I mean, oh, I know that's going to happen. The other thing that's going to happen is, and this is the part, like, this is the part that actually is the scariest thing, probably. The copycats. Any other conservative type that does shit like Charlie Kirk was doing, publicly speaking and going to college camp, having conversations, all this kind of shit, like the copycats that are going to follow. Because Charlie Kirk dying is going to leave a vacuum where other people are going to, well, I got to pick up Charlie's message and run with it or whatever. But then the copycat killers that are going to come from this, where they're like, oh, well, you know, that guy did it and got away with it. So therefore, I need to silence, I don't know, take your pick. Steven Crowder. Next time I see change your mind, I'm going to change it with this here bullet. You know, that kind of shit. Facts don't care about your feelings, Ben Shapiro. Do they care about this lead? Like, it just, it's, it's definitely, whoever said it set a precedent. And I think it was either Ian or Rebel said that, right? About setting a precedent. That's, that's the scary precedent. Well, Medi, but see, you just gave away the plot twist to the plot twist because they were going to catch Jeffrey Epstein and bring him in for questioning and all that, and it turns out it's just Ghislaine Maxwell in a rubber mask. The, dude, you can have as good a security as you want, but yeah, that ain't gonna matter. It's not. So then they just got to hit you from a further away yardage. That's all. They just, it's not good. I have no idea. Kid ABL shares walks the street with his mom. I'm not sure. Or I said I haven't watched ABL in like God, month and a half. Like I've dropped in here or there and said hi to the Chattin, but kind of I stopped watching them. Yeah, oh yeah. Facts don't care about your feelings. I got bad things to say about Israel. Don't you talk about my daddy like that? Like, oh shit. You burn down any other country, just not Israel. You better leave that shit alone. Ben Shapiro will write you a strongly worded letter. Yeah, I mean, that's part of my fucking issue with Ben Shapiro. Did he ever go over and actually serve in their military? Like, ever? Because, yeah. Yeah, like if he did, okay. But, like, is he willing to send his kids over to go and, fight and die somewhere over there? Because if you are, cool, Ben Shapiro, I'll listen to everything you got to say. If you're just going to talk a whole bunch of shit and not have any skin in the game outside of your religion or ethnicity, I really don't fucking care what he's got to say about it at that point. Like, I advocate for no war and, nobody's kids going and fighting any war. That's what I advocate for. I'm not willing to sacrifice my children. I'm not willing to sacrifice somebody else's children either. Just because, yeah, I'm not a scumbag. I don't want people dying. Why did I stop watching ABL? Um, Couple reasons. Reason number one, he had a couple bad takes, and that kind of pissed me off a little bit. The real reason is because, again, I was streaming Thursdays and Sundays. That's all I was doing. But he would present a news story, and then I would be streaming the next day, and I would watch it, and he would tell part of the news story, but not the whole thing. So then on my streams, I would have to go revisit what he said and then fill in the rest of the fucking context as to what happened in the news story. And I realized, like, well, wait a minute. If I already, why am I even watching him? If I already know the entirety of this news story, and he's only telling me half of it, like, I might as well just watch the news myself and talk about it at that point. Why am I relying on him to give me news snippets? Like, and then it was other stuff, like I started to realize, well, he's just playing other people's videos. Or when people call in, like somebody calls in and they don't agree with them, a lot of times he goes, sir, 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 excuse me, sir, and then shuts down the mic on them while they're making their point. Or like gets, like, it's like, yo, you're not actually hearing them out and then counterpointing them. You're just assuming you're correct 1,000% and shutting them down. And a couple times that happened with like Ivan, where Ivan had a point and he was actually correct. Like in what he was saying, like he wasn't even being an asshole. He was just saying, "Oh, well, this," and ABL immediately before he even finished talking or explaining, ABL shut down his mic and was like, like, oh, well, hey, blah blah, and just like shut them off. And I was like, so even your discussions, if somebody isn't calling in kind of praising you, I was like, yeah, I'm done. And then the last thing, the thing that was broke the camel's back for old GAM when it came to ABL, is he has a moderator, an amazing moderator who works her ass off for him. He doesn't pay her a dime. That was my kind of my, like, it was always there, but as I'm gaining subs, everything else, I've said my moderator will get 10% if I get monetized. Now that's a big if because I've got hours watched, but not the subscriber base. Um, but if I get monetized, my mod Miss Sheree gets 10% of my cut. Whatever it is, I don't give a shit. It could be $1 million. It could be 10 cents. She gets a penny, right? 10% of my cut because she works hard. She earns it. She's here for every stream. Anybody that comes into the chat, she says hello to them. She promotes them. She is one of the best moderators I've ever seen. And yeah, 1,000%. Like, if you can't take care of somebody who works hard for you, is dedicated to you, all that kind of shows me what kind of person you are. And then you'll talk about how, yeah, you don't have much overhead and things of this nature. Like, I don't know. It just shows me, like, okay, that's great, but you're kind of out for yourself. Like, you're not, I don't know. He just kind of showed me who he was. And then, like Eugene just said, because I glanced down at the chat, that was one of the bad takes. The whatever his name is, the track star stabby guy. He 110% had a terrible take on it. That was one that pissed me off, but it wasn't a finishing blow. The actual absolute finishing blow was the way he pretty much the way he treats Shirai. Like, she does a lot. She's always there. She works hard, and I guarantee you, if she said to him tomorrow, "Yeah, I'm not going to be a mod for a while," that he'd probably be like, "Well, it was nice. Thank you for being the mod. Have a good one. Heidi ho," and just move on to some other person that wanted to be a mod for him, like shit like that. See, that's just it, Maddie. There's a lot of content creators that do not pay their mods because they want a fan who's going to do it for them for free because they keep the money. And it's not about being too kind, in my opinion. It's exactly what Ian said. Sheree's doing a job, right? She does her job well. If you do something good, always get fucking paid for it. Yeah, I mean, Beans is a very good mod too. Stranded, I don't think it's ever modded. Shout out to Stranded. Stranded's excellent people. She'd be a good one to be a mod too. Um, I'm not sure, Maddie. I don't know which mod that was. I know that wasn't Sheree. Like, the only mods that I really dealt with, I remember Anthony McQuaid at one point. Um, he was a mod, all that kind of stuff. But that's just it. Like the whole thing is, Sheree has always been in my corner and had my back, and I'll always have hers. Like even if Sheree came and said to me tomorrow, "Gam, I fucking hate you. Your content sucks. I'm sick of your dumb old white ass." Right? I'd be like, "All right, cool. Thank you for everything you ever did." And if I was monetized at that point, I would give her her money and just keep going. I wouldn't even take it personal, you know. I would just thank her for the time she put in. Like, I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm old school like that, and I feel like if somebody's willing to dedicate that amount of time, especially, and I said this too before, Maddie, you know, I always give a shout out to Mister. I always give a shout out to everybody at the beginning of when I first started streaming because I've been streaming for just over a year now at this point, right? But I give a shout out to everybody when I first started streaming. I don't forget who brought me to the dance. I don't forget the people that were all in a Discord saying, "Hey Gam, you know what? You should probably stream. You should try that shit." And I'm not ever going to. Like, as long as I'm streaming anyway, I'd simply I find that to be I wouldn't even call it rude. It's just more like I'm not better than anybody else just because I simply have the microphone. You know what I mean? I think everybody contributes, and that's why the stream is what it is. Why it's gained as many followers as it has. It's because the conversations going on in the chat. A lot of the topics, everything else, I may had at first I was doing them, and I had all kinds of subjects lined up, and people would start talking about other things. And at first I was just like, ah, damn, I don't have control of this shit. And then I realized I shouldn't have control of this shit. I'm just like one of you guys, just I have the fucking microphone. Yeah, that's just it. Like Mr. Anthony, I was on I was on there right when he got clipped. Like right when he let go is kind of when I started watching ABL. Yeah, and there you go, Mister. Those are the two male mods I know. Those are the only ones I know of too, outside of Anthony. I don't. It, I'll be honest with you, Eugene. I mean, you can say alien. It's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with him. I wish him nothing but success. I just won't fuck with him anymore. But I don't know if she was his only mod before he gave everybody a wrench or not. I mean, I appreciate that, Eugene, but um, I don't think it was on ABL when yeah. Uh, but yeah, I don't know. Mister, get some rest, brother. Thank you for hanging out. Always appreciate you. I don't know about the class thing. The respect thing, okay. Sometimes I can still be an asshole if we're being honest. There are times where I'm an asshole. I apologize for it, but still doesn't make me any less of an asshole sometimes. And I agree with you about the money part, though, Maddie. That's just it. Like, look, if you're making just for your stream, you got to like say I had 1,000 people watching me, and I'm full monetization, the whole 9 yards, and I make because people watch the replay or whatever. People watching the replay, let's say I make $500 off a stream, right? We'll just say super chats, the whole 9 yards. Make like $500 after YouTube's cut, after all the other shit comes out. It's $50. You still have $450 in your fucking pocket. 10%'s nothing. It's drop in the bucket, especially when somebody's working hard. I have thought about that, Medi, and you know why I don't do it? Because that's exactly what they're doing. And other people, like every now and again, I'll show a video or I'll show something, but it's a rare occasion. And the reason why is because if I show you, let's say Eugene puts up music. Now, granted, Eugene's allowed me to feature his music as long as I've given him credit, stuff like this. But let's say I just ran Eugene's video right now while I'm sitting here chilling, reading chat, and talking to you. That's Eugene got one view for that. Everybody, so there's what, 9 people watching right now? 9 people saw that video. That's 9 less views Eugene gets. I can instead I can talk about Eugene's music and this, that, and the other thing with it, and people, and then Sheree posts a link to that channel to go check it out. Now he gets all those 9 views, or now he gets all those 11 views. So I feel like you're kind of stealing from other people to make your content instead of making your own fucking content. Yeah, we are assholes in our own way, Ian. Yeah, yeah. There's been a lot of different mods. Um, it the whole thing is, and I don't know if this is true or not. You would need to ask either Devin, who knows like pretty much all ABL history at this point, or Bob K MIT. Shout out to him if he's in the chat. You would have, and he's not. We got to wait for him to wake up from his nap to have another beer, and then you can ask him because he'll be back probably about 2:30 in the morning if you're still on, or if I'm still on streaming. But yeah, you can ask either one of them. I think the one chick that ABL was married to was one of his mods. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think Bob had said something about that at one point in time for some reason. Yeah, Essie, man, I never, I never assume you're in the background or you're not in the background, but I always appreciate you being there, brother. Yeah, well, that's just it. I had a friend who asked me to do basically mod administrator work on his game server, and he's like, "All right, I'm going to pay you this." I said, "Man, I don't want to get paid. I just want you to be successful and all that stuff." He's like, "I got to pay you." I'm like, "Nah, I'm good." And he was like, "Look, I'm paying you because you are doing a job. We may be friends and all that, but you're doing a job and you're doing a good job. So therefore, I make money, you make money. How about we do it like this?" And he broke down the pay scale of how we were going to do it. He paid me every fucking time on time. Still a very good friend and all that, but he was 1,000% right. Like, I was doing a job for him. Why shouldn't I get paid for it? I think, my opinion, Sheree is, like I said, a great mod. SE's got a great mod. dude, his one mod is fucking fantastic. SE, what is the name of your mod? I can't remember her name or his name. I think it's a her, but they are like every time I come in into one of SE's streams, shout out to SE Wolverines. His mod is always welcoming, great, like bam, like promotes me and everything. SE doesn't even say promote him or anything. He just promotes me like just awesome. Yeah, independent. What you call it is fucking fantastic people. Like just very very good people. Holy shit! I've lost my fucking mind. Yep. Independent Many United. Yes. No, no, no. He didn't make his wife one of the mods. She was a mod, and that's where he met her. You're in a pinch now, though, with mods? Why? Like, you had the one dude, you just, like, I saw that you gave him, like, moderator or whatever, gave him a wrench. I mean, that's just it. So, not all mods. There's definitely mods that getting like me paying Sheree is actually a rare thing, from what I understand. There are some people that make their moderators pay them to be mods. I can't even make that shit up, but that's apparently a thing too. All right, I need to go to the east, and I am definitely taking a shit to make a portal with me. I'll just cut the wood on the way. But yeah, apparently there's people that force or don't force, but make their moderators pay them to be mods. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, really? Yes, Maddie. She was like a viewer. He made her his mod and then ended up marrying her. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I remember somebody said that. Wow, really, SE? They get offended if you don't make them mods? Well, tell them you're American. And sorry, that's not the way it works in America. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, if somebody overseas was like, oh, you didn't make me a mod, I'd be like, yeah, I don't trust you, motherfucker. I'd just be a total dick about it. Like, yeah, what? I got one moderator at Sheree. You know, I would expand that if I had. Uh, I would definitely cut the pay down, not for Sheree, but for whatever I brought in as the next moderator. I'd have to be making a pretty penny though off of shit. But yeah, there's no way, dude. If somebody was like, "Oh yeah, I'm overseas and all this stuff," and over here you got everybody's a moderator, like, yeah, that's not how I run my shit. I just tell them flat out, like, sorry, that's not how I do things. Welcome to America. That'll be $5, sir. Yeah, the paying to be mods thing blows my mind. I don't want to be a mod to begin with, let alone, like, I'll give you $10 if you let me be your mod. Like what? Like you've lost your damn mind. Like I guess I don't. Maybe it's a an attraction to power or something. You know, like oh well, then I'll have power. I can say who can say things and who can't. Being my mod has got to be well, not really. Sheree's on her toes with all kinds of stuff. Hell, my daughter jumped in the other night, and I literally said I was like, shit. I wish Sheree was here because Sheree was off. She was on vacation for a week or whatever. And I was like, damn, I really wish Sheree was in here because I'd tell her to remind me because I had my daughter was like, call me 11 o'clock your time or whatever. I was like, damn, I really wish Sheree was in here because I'd tell her and she would remind me. Sure as shit, Sheree jumped in later, just surprised everybody and jumped in to chat. And when she did, like, she reminded me that I had to call my daughter. But like things like that, like just there's little things like that. Like Sheree is amazing like that, where I feel she definitely deserves that 10% at the very least. She deserves a penny off every dime. And, you know, I have to get monetized first, though, which is, the hard part. I have to not suck where people want to watch me. It's not even just he has more than 1 million subs. Tuesdays, I believe it's Tuesday. I don't know. I don't know his exact schedule, and I don't use the app myself. But apparently Tuesdays he's on Instagram too. Like he does like an Instagram stream. And then he has Wednesdays where he'll get anywhere from like I've seen it as low as 800 to like 1,500 people, and then Saturdays is usually like 1,000 to 1,500 or 1,000 to 2,000 people, unless it's like election time or some shit. Then he gets a lot more people viewing him. But yeah, he definitely makes money. Now I can understand like if all he did was live streams and that's the money he brought in, but he does videos and I don't know how much you get paid. I don't know what the paycheck is on his videos cuz I stopped making videos. Completely stopped making videos, and it's one of those damn things where I've said I'm going to make a couple of videos and I probably will, like top 10 twists in movies and then top 10 twists in horror movies. I've said I'm going to make both of those. I really should. But I'm kind of a slacker too. I don't even think it's laziness being my superpower. It's just I've been dealing with other stuff in my personal life on top of streaming, on top of a lot of other things where I just haven't had the time to sit down. I have to learn new editing software too. And I used it a little bit, but yeah, not enough. Not enough where I'm confident in my ability with it like I was with my old software. And since they added AI to my old software, I can't exactly, well, sail the high seas to get it anymore if you know what I mean. Yeah, I mean, so people with 10 to 20K followers, hey, shout out to them. I don't I don't like I said, maybe it's just a GAM thing. I just always felt like I needed to pay my mod. No matter who it was, they should get it cuz they're putting in time and they're dealing with my fucking mouth and my bullshit. Like they do. They really really do have to put up with my shit. They don't have to, but they choose to, and I feel they should be rewarded for having to deal with me. Oh God, no, he's not making Tim Pool money. Tim Pool money is fucking stupid ridiculous, but that's also because Tim Pool, I I fucking can't stand Tim Pool, but gotta give him, you gotta give Tim Pool his flowers, so to speak. Tim Pool did that one thing that was brilliant, which was, hey, sign up at timcast.com and it's $10 a month for exclusive content where I'll blow a goat if you tip me. Where he got 100,000 people at $10 a month. That's $1 million right off the rip. He's smart when it comes to business. Like he did the smartest fucking thing. I can't ever take that away from him. It was brilliant. You know, kind of not worth my $10 a month, but hey, it was still a brilliant business move on his part. Yeah, oh yeah, Sheree, you're right about Sheree being the opposite of power tripping. Sheree doesn't power trip on anybody. There's definitely shit that she doesn't share the same opinion on me as me on. There is shit that people have said where she does not share the opinion. She lets them have their opinion. She lets them put it in chat. She doesn't cut anybody off. She doesn't censor anybody. There is one guy that had said something about, oh, Sheree censored my comment. I'm like, Sheree didn't censor shit. And like Sheree's like, I didn't censor anything. I'm like, yeah, she didn't. Beans is like that too. Bina is just like that. Bina has a lot of shit she doesn't agree with, but she never censored anybody. That's what makes them terrific mods for me. Other people want stuff censored. Like, people who use foul language or whatever, and it's like, oh, I want that all cut out because it's a family show. Well, mine's, if your kid's watching it, then that's your fault for being the parent that let your kid watch it. That's what kind of show I do, and I try to warn people of that too. I mean, I appreciate that saying I'm a kind person. I won't call myself a kind person. I think I'm just an honest person. If I'm, like if we're just stating the facts, I'm just honest. And that's just it. You're putting in time. You're dealing with my bullshit. You make every show for the most part, unless something comes up. Every time something's come up, Sheree's let me know, hey, this happened, and I won't be able to make it, or I'm taking a week off, or whatever. Like, hey, no worries at all. You are there, and you're always fantastic. I have no fucking problem with it. But I don't know if that's kindness. I think that's more just being honest, and being honest means paying somebody for doing a great job. Who's begging? Oh, who? Tim Pool selling his integrity for money? Oh, fuck yeah. That son of a bitch is for sale and has been for sale for a long ass time. There's a lot of people that beg and all that kind of stuff. But the whole thing is, at this point, he's already made it. Tim Pool's already made his money, so he doesn't have to beg anybody for anything. There's still people. There's people that think he walks on water. Is he the? Yeah, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with sense, and like I've gotten a little bit better about my language. Well, actually, no, I've gotten a lot better. I was saying dropping f bombs every other sentence at one point, I think, but I can also understand there's people with little kids watching. They can't watch your show and want to, and will say something about the cuss words, right? Like, I want to watch you, but I got my 6-year-old watching, and you kind of told me to go fuck my hand, and all kinds of stuff like this. I can't have that happening with my 6-year-old here. I understand it. I get it. Um, I just feel that we talk about very adult things on a pretty damn consistent basis. I mean, look, we're just talking about like I a little bit ago. I was talking about how Charlie Kirk has had like an arterial bleed and shit, right, and getting shot. Like kids shouldn't be watching that stuff. I wouldn't let my kids watch it. Not when they were younger. Like maybe as teenagers, okay, but yeah, not as little guys. Like Ian, when you have your own skateball park or skateboard park and can't really skate, you've made it. Jesus Christ! I heard he's not a bad skater. I mean, I know the other skaters don't like him, but I heard he's not a bad skater.